Mm. Ah, all right. Let's test the audio. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yo. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Don't fuck with me. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Don't fuck with me. Z za zer z za zer. If anyone ever asks me why I say this before like every live, why I say z za zer is because it's a good mouth exercise. Pause to help you get ready to speak and debate and all that stuff. When I was in elementary and middle school, that was one of the things that our orator our orator teacher taught us as a way to warm up your vocal cords for the incoming talking. So, like I was saying, Zizazer, Zizazer. I'm gonna let y'all matriculate in the chat because there's a lot of things upcoming, as the title says. There's a lot of stuff upcoming in the fighting game world this year. Like there's so much fucking heat dropping this year. So much heat. There's so many fight. Well, I mean, I say so many, but like this year is the year of the fighting game, honestly, because we have two of probably we have two of the most anticipated games of this generation dropping this year, and I think what is it? Tekken 8 comes out. I think Tekken 8 comes out this year. Let me see. Yeah, so Tekken 8 is slated to come out probably late 2023, early 2024. Actually, it'll probably be excuse me. It'll probably be late 2023 because I mean, we just like in the last couple of months, we got the Jin trailer, we got the Kazuya trailer, we had Nina Williams, we recently had Paul, and then they on top of like right after they gave us Paul, they gave us Law. So I'm pretty sure what they're going to do is that they're going to probably like for the rest of the year up until 2023, they're probably just going to keep on dropping trailers cuz I mean like of course you have to put in the obvious people, right? Law, Paul, Kazuya, and Jin, but they didn't even release King. You know what I mean? Like, of course, they're gonna show. I wouldn't be surprised if the next trailer drop was King. I would not be shocked at all if the next trailer drop was King because he's as much a part of the entire Tekken series as any other character. So what I theorize is that they're probably gonna drop all of their legacy characters in these trailers because like we still need Yoshimitsu, we still need Li Xiaolong, we still need Zhao Yun, we still need a Heihachi. Well, actually, no. Heihachi died at Tekken 7, so they won't be in this trailer. So, well, I don't know, because I mean, that is a good one. I don't know. But we still need Heihachi, you know. So it's gonna be good. And then of course for my Street Fighter people like myself, I think Street Fighter 5 is coming out this July. So SF5 is coming out this July. They've been dropping some really good trailers. The character design is just dripping with so much high octane dopamine from the SF3 days. Like the influence of SF3 throughout that game is ridiculous. From the way that they designed the characters to the like entire art style that they're going for with the whole graffiti finishers and all that stuff. So that's gonna be a treat. But yeah, that's coming out. Excuse me. And then of course, 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 we cannot forget about the recent we cannot forget about the recent trailer that dropped for Budokai Tenkaichi 4. We cannot forget. Got me sounding like Umar Johnson. We cannot forget the recent trailer. We cannot forget the recent trailer that dropped for Budokai 10 Kaigechi 4. We can't. It would be irresponsible for us to ignore that recent trailer. Irresponsible. Irresponsible. No, we like it. In fact, let me find that trailer because let me go and find this trailer because like I've I've like I have all of the Budokai Tenkaichi 4. I have all of the Budokai Tenkaichi 4 um Jesus Christ. I have all the Budokai Tenkaichi games. I have all of them. Budokai Tenkaichi 1, 2, and 3. In fact, Tyrant, if he's in the chat, he went with me to the play and trade when it was still open anyway. He went with me to the play and trade to go and get to go and get Budokai Tenkaichi 3 and Budokai to go and get them resurfaced. So yeah, well, let me show this. Let me share my screen. We make that bitch full screen right there, boy. Okay, let's do this. Damn, that brings back memories. Just the disrespect of that foot attack. I'm getting goosebumps, bro. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Just look at this shit, bro. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Just look, I mean, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a time to be alive. As the first comment says, pour one out for the ones who didn't live to see this masterpiece. What's up, Ryan? Oh, you know what's funny, Ryan? I ended up getting the cement threes. I ended up buying those. Because I mean it's a once and a lifetime purchase, like to get out of retail, as since I won that raffle, and then it's cement threes. So yeah, I ended up buying them because now here's the thing now is that now I can wear the fire red threes I have and not feel as guilty about it. What's up, Freeman's? What's up, Freeman? Have you, Freeman? Have you heard that? Have you heard that they posted a teaser trailer for the Budokai Tenkaichi 4? The crazy thing is that as much as I'm like apathetic or I guess neutral towards Dragon Ball Z, it's wild how it's still one of the more it's wild how it's still one of the only anime really that gets like very well put together video games. Yeah, like it's crazy because I mean it's wild how, like, for example, right, as much as people love Bleach, Bleach has only really had one video game on console. I played it. It wasn't bad. It wasn't horrible, right? Because like it was a Dynasty Warriors clone, right? So it wasn't horrible, but it's just like, damn. Like, could you imagine a fighting game for Bleach that was given the same amount of attention as Dragon Ball Z Fighters? You know what I'm saying? And the thing that's killing me too is that apparently after they announced the Dragon Ball Z trailer, right? They announced the trailer for Naruto, but the trailer for Naruto is literally like a greatest hits trailer where it's just all the games put into one into one title. So it's not even a new fucking game. Like that's crazy to me. Friedman, that reminds me. Did you watch the last episode for the first part of the 1,000 Year Blood War arc? How did you feel about that? Given that like you're a real like Bleach is your shit. How'd you feel about that? Kenpachi, like I could just imagine Kenpachi, how Kenpachi as a character would work. Like he would probably have like the ability to where the moment his health gets to 10%, he gets a damage buff. He gets a damage and speed buff. Yeah, that's something that I did. That's something that I did realize too. Is that like on a realistic level, there was no reason for Yamamoto to go all out. Like there was no reason for him to fight the way he did because all he really did was like go through all of his abilities one after the other just to end up using his strongest ability last, which made no fucking sense. Like it made no goddamn sense. But then again, I remember that when I read the manga for that shit, because remember at the time that at the time that the 1,000 Year blood arc was being written and put into Shonen Jump, right? That Chitai Kubo was going back and forth with Shonen Jump staff about wanting to end Bleach. So like they essentially told him to rush it up, and plus he wanted to end that shit himself. So I'm not surprised that he wrote Yamamoto's whole scene like that. Because literally in the same chapter that Yamamoto fights, he dies in the very same chapter. You know what I mean? Like they don't same thing for Unohana. I remember shit. That's crazy. I was in fucking high school when Unohana first released her Bankai. I remember that shit. That was like 2013 in the mangas when she released her Bankai, fought Kenpachi, and Kenpachi's Bankai spoke to him for the first time. I remember I was in high school when that shit happened because I had a friend. His name was Hector. He loved Bleach. He fucking loved Bleach, and he would always tell he would be the main way I found out about shit a lot of the times when it came to Bleach. And he would always tell me like, "Oh my god, this next chapter, Kai's gonna get his Bankai." It's like, "Oh shit, really?" No, but I definitely agree with you. I definitely agree with you. I definitely I definitely agree with you though. But I mean, that's it. I mean, I'll give it this. At least it got animated because I mean, shit. But that animation was really good. But the thing about it now that like the thing about it now that I guess I'm more, I guess you could say, fearful about now is the fact that now that we have it to where Ichigo knows the true history of his sword and shit, right? What's like you do realize that now when he fights Yuha Bach, they're gonna beautifully animate Yuha breaking his sword, right? Yeah, like they're going to beautifully animate Yuha snapping that boy's sword. Because I remember when that shit happened, and all the Bleach fans, when that shit happened, they felt like they wanted to kill themselves because he had just got his new transformation. He had just got his dual swords. He just got his true sword and all that shit. And then Yuha was like, "So I saw your sword was a problem in another timeline. I saw that your sword was a problem, so I'm gonna break it. So I broke it. Shit is crazy." That shit is crazy. Yep. Oh, you haven't read this shit? Oh, my bad. My bad. My bad. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I thought you read this already. Oh shit. I chose. Oh, animation only. Okay. I chose An Awful Night to on a stream. Apparently, Marty McFly has Latinas open for Q&A, and I think BGS is doing a live stream too. Yeah, no, I chose the wrong day, but I need to start being more consistent. Oh no, I mean Latinos, like we can say a lot of things. What's up, Lion? How you doing, Lion? What's up, man? We can say a lot of things about Hispanic women, right? But the one thing we can't say is that they don't have some beautiful women. No, I mean, hey, I'm still trying to find out the best time to do lives too. I'm trying to be on that lead attorney shit where like no matter what time I do a live, I have an audience because I'll give lead attorney his credit. He like lead attorney's probably done what a lot of people wish they had when they do lives, which is that he has a dedicated audience. Like if TLA's channel numbers didn't get any bigger from where they are now, he would still be fine because he has a dedicated audience that want to see him. You know what I'm saying? Whereas on the opposite side of that, you have someone like Kevin who, yeah, yeah, exactly, like exactly that's exactly what I mean. We're on the opposite side of that. You have someone like Kevin who like just by the very nature of Kevin's content, his channel, even his channel, even in death, is still growing. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't watch that I didn't watch that recent video that came out that I didn't watch that recent video that came on his channel because honestly, it felt kind of weird to watch videos on his channel knowing that like the man is dead. You get me? Like I don't know if that's just me, but it felt kind of weird. So I didn't watch any of those things. But like even from that channel, like I think that video has like almost half a million views, almost half a million views. Yeah, like I don't know if it's just me, but it felt kind of weird watching that. Yeah, I mean, okay, Friedman, but who? The only person who I think could be a good new host for for Kevin's channel would be the lead attorney. Look, I'm not gonna hold you, but MTR is trash. No correction, MTR is trash when it comes to this whole like gender war thing. MTR is horrible, horrible at this shit. Like it's actually painful to watch him talk about this whole gender stuff because he doesn't know what he's talking about either. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and even then, it's like it's like if it's not that he doesn't know what he's talking about, it's the fact that like deep down he doesn't really he doesn't really understand how severe the problem is. That's what. Oh well, you said it best yourself, Freeman. He's too nice. Yeah, exactly. He's too nice. Like that's the thing that Kevin was so good at doing. Like he was so good at conveying the seriousness of the problem to where no one who watched it could say, "Oh, this wasn't an issue." And the thing about Kevin is that you could almost say that Kevin was prophetic with his videos because remember that video he had with the black psychologist that came up there and tried to misdirect and gaslight until he just told her, "Do black women see black men as their counterpart?" And she got quiet. And then lo and behold, like a day, like wasn't it like yesterday on Twitter, we had that black psychologist who was literally marketed towards black men come out and say, I can't deal with y'all. I can't deal with y'all anymore. No more new clients. What did you say, Lauren? You said I think MTR as well, the serious, but he's just too damn positive for me. I mean, look, if he's truly aware of the seriousness, right, then he really can't be positive. I mean, the only thing he can be positive about is how serious this shit is. Because I mean, I've said it before and I say it again. You live in a country. Oh, well, there we go. Passive. You said passive. Oh, no. I think you said positive. Thank you. Because I mean, like you can't be. Of course. Copy. Paste. Because like if you claim to understand how serious this shit is, then you can't be passive about how serious this shit is. You know what I mean? Like as we're talking right now, we live in a country where women can commit paternity fraud and legally nothing can happen to them. Like men need to understand how crazy that is. You live in a country where women can commit paternity fraud. Correction. You live in a country where women do in fact commit paternity fraud, and nothing. There is no legal consequence for them doing that. You live in a country where women can falsely accuse you, and unless you press charges, the law won't step in to seek justice for you. Like we're seeing that right now with the who is it, Michael Irving. If Michael Irving didn't press charges against that white woman, the legal system and the American justice system let that shit slide. You know, if he didn't press charges, the court system would have just let her lie like that, almost ruined his life, and kept going. You know, Friedman, I'm going to be honest with you. He won't be. He won't be a tipping point. He won't be a tipping point. You want to know why I say he won't be? Is because it's because I'm sure you've heard of that other story out of Colorado, where that woman sexually violated that 13-year-old boy, and the Colorado justice system awarded her with custody of the child that she sired from that abuse, and then allowed her to get off with no no jail time, just on the offenders list. If that's not a tipping point, then Michael Irving won't be. I honestly don't know what could be a tipping point, because the biggest problem isn't even the women. The biggest problem is the fact that so many men the biggest problem is the fact that so many men are dedicated to keeping the shit the way it is. That's the biggest problem. Like,
that's funny you said that.
Like we already know the women are going to lie, kill, and steal to make sure that they don't get persecuted the same way men do. We already know that shit. The biggest issue is that there's gonna be guys who are gonna tell you that you're overreacting about getting mad about them being pedophiles. That's what's really gonna happen.
You know, the irony of what you just said, that I don't know if Jessica X is still live. There was a live going on just now. I don't know if it's not or not, but there was a dude who was literally pretty much making the argument for dudes to be stepdads.
Exactly. Like it's.
I was sitting in the chat like, nah, you're trolling.
Yeah,
you have to be trolling.
Yeah, no, like it's not the women. Like the women are self-serving. Even when they have kids, they're self-serving. So it's not the women who are going to, change this shit. It's the men who are going to fight you to keep the shit going.
Yeah, it is.
They're gonna tell you, oh, a real man gets fucked in the ass, and it doesn't say shit about it because that's what real men do.
As soon as they say a real man, I know it's some bullshit.
Like
some bullshit's gonna follow.
Well, yeah, because I think y'all saw it too when Michael B. Jordan. They were like, "Oh, a real man wouldn't have done that shit." Like, really? So now we're gonna tell men how to react to trauma? This is crazy.
That's my problem with it, and this is my problem with this whole masculinity thing, because it's like you want masculinity, but you want it on your terms.
Yeah, it's
you want to be able to dictate what's masculine, what's not, and that is my biggest thing. It's not even so much the hypergamy. It's not the hypergamy I have a problem with. I'm like, you have the nerve to want to tell men what's masculine and what's not, and you don't even know what's feminine and what's not.
Yeah, no, it's that ensnare shit. It's that ensnare. because it's like it's gone to the point now where it's like where the game is so fucked up, where it's that the same women that'll tell you that you're misogynist for being masculine will use masculinity to entrap you to do shit for them. It's insane.
It's not misogynist. It's not being misogynist. It's being a chauvinist. And let's be real about one thing: women love a chauvinist.
Women, you know what's funny? You say that it's because I was having the just the intellectual back and forth with myself. I was thinking myself like, people typically say that men will fuck anything, right? But then when you listen to the type of men women sleep with, it's like, nah. Like, according to y'all are sleeping with straight up murderers, child fondlers,
Who start reversing
granny snatchers. I'm like,
you know how you respond to that? Just by what you just said, Ease. How you respond to that? I'm like, oh no, you mean women will let anyone fuck them?
Exactly, because it's like, okay, yeah, men will sleep with some raggedy shit. Yes. But
can't do that if no one's opening their legs.
Yes, but like we're not fucking pedophiles. Like y'all are fucking pedophiles. Like y'all are.
That. No one wants to. You shame men you shame men for coping with porn or video games, but we're not gonna talk about these older women coping with fucking kids.
Exactly. Like y'all out here like legitimately having kids with pedophiles. Y'all out here sending death row inmates love letters. Like
married too.
Yeah, exactly. Like married while doing it. I'm just like, this is crazy. Like in the last week, there's been like 3 different cases of women preying on children. In the last week alone, 3.
And all 3, they're all 3 different races too.
Yeah, all 3 different races. And none of these cases have made national news. Barely state.
No, they and they haven't, right? This is, we know it's not going to happen. I think it's incumbent upon men to impress upon other men the gravity, and then
you're completely right.
Culturally, just make there have to be consequences, right? Like there have been women that have been face charges here and there for
happy Women's Month. D Scott, you ain't shit for that. Happy Women's Month. Happy Women's Month. But he's not wrong. Like we're only 2 weeks in, and I've like archived like 3 different cases. One of them was a fucking lesbian case where it was like a black woman trying to get like 2 black 13-year-old girls.
Bro, I'm on instapundit.com all the time, and like back in the maybe like in the last 10 years, dude, they would make like a little serial. The author would be like, teach women not to grape, right, or teach women not to abuse, and it'd be another female teacher, right? I mean, this is an ongoing thing, right? If this were men, it would be like out of control. This is happening weekly in America.
No, exactly. I'm just like, this is incredible. And this is why I said in the chat, like, the statistic that the global statistic that says that 99% of sexual violence is committed by men. The reason why I don't believe that statistic is because you can't, in all objective honesty, say that statistic is valid when you live in a society that will go out of its way to dismiss the sexual violence that women commit on the basis that they are hyper moral in comparison to men. The fundamental basis of that assertion is bankrupt off the jump, because you live in a society where systemically people will turn their heads when it's a woman violating somebody. like even the only way, like even if they kill someone, the cops will still not approach them the same way as a man.
The part that gets me is that when we bring this up, they make it sound like we're trying to let the men who do it escape. I'm like, no, the hell we're not. We're fine with R. Kelly going to jail. But what about
they'll call you an incel because somehow you having sex relates to that somehow.
What the hell has that got to do? What? Wait, what? How the hell did you make that leap?
Bro, I keep saying that. I'm like, how does my bedroom activities relate to you being child abuse? Tell me. I need you to help me figure that out.
What does that got to do? What does your trauma that I don't even know you have to do with me?
You know,
this world is ass backwards. I'm like, you're right. The biggest problem is the men, because there was dead ass just the men on Jessica X Live, literally talking about be single, being freaking step up dads. I'm like, I love it though, because I love that men are pushing back. We saying, man, everybody's in the chat pretty much saying, man, fuck them kids.
No, because like I made a video about this with my friend Tyrant, and I'm like, if you look throughout the mammalian species, if you look throughout literally almost all dimorphic species on the planet, the phenomenon of a step parent does not fucking exist. Like people love, touting lions as spirit animals and shit. Lions don't play that stepdaddy shit.
Ruthless. They just
kill them. They do not. Actually,
lions don't play that stepdaddy shit.
Actually, what is that one species of bird that raises it's a bird that goes in and lays its egg in another bird's nest.
It's called the cuckoo bird. Yes, I know.
Cuckoo bird. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. That's these stepdaddies.
I know, yeah. Like me and my friend Tyrant went through like a whole list of animals that we know. I'm like, oh yeah, that one doesn't play. That one doesn't do it. That one kills the other ones. That one will sabotage a nest of birds to make sure that its birds get raised. I'm like, this whole stepdaddy, like there's only maybe a handful that do it. Like for example, penguins and elephants. But like that implies that technically goes into like the increased intelligence. But even then, those situations only happen when a parent is killed. You keep in mind, killed, not when the parent is, downtown and shit, and you're in uptown New York and don't like each other and shit. No, one of the parents is dead. Shit is ridiculous.
The elephant didn't just retire.
Yeah, it didn't retire. Yeah, like that elephant mom. Yeah, like that elephant mom, elephant dad got killed by a pack of hyenas. That's why he's an orphan. That's why he's an orphan. No, but yeah, like it's like I understand why AM1 and Grinch are so mad. I get it, because I don't think they accounted for how like deep a lot of men are into upholding. Like we always talk about the ciphers and the Ada Wongs and shit, but like we don't really understand, like, oh no, like these niggas will really kill you to keep shit the same.
Oh yeah, it's
like I don't think we get it. Like these niggas will really kill you to keep they will let their sons get killed just to say that it's not just to say the problem isn't with women. They'll let their kids get molested just to say the problem isn't with women. They'll let their kids grow up and not know how to read and write just to say the problem isn't women. And I don't think most of us really comprehend, like, these niggas will kill, that they will let their kids die just so they can say it's not women.
Oh yeah. I was on a stream with SKC and this other dude. I showed a picture of a school board, which is a bunch of black women. The dude just like freaked out. Like, we're better with our women. I was like, okay. I mean, he completely freaked out. And
Yeah.
earlier he had admitted that we were joking, like, yeah, they're gonna have your son in a dress, talking about the school system. And he's like, I know they teach him some different things, and I have to sit him down at least, maybe once or twice a week and kind of deprogram him. I'm like, bro, how do you think you're gonna deprogram him, man? The school system is like 50,000 hours from kindergarten to high school. They're gonna do whatever they want to your kid, and you're not gonna know. But he's literally like, well, I can just deprogram him in this 15 minutes.
No.
Like, are you crazy? And then spazzed out when I showed him who was educating his boy.
That's not how the what's the term? What's the term called for the elasticity of the brain's learning function? It's like neuroelasticity. That's not how that shit works. For anything to become for your brain to rewire itself to a new stimuli, it needs that stimuli consistently.
Yeah.
And the thing, go ahead.
And then over time, what is he going to do? He's going to see his dad capitulate to female authority, or have deference to female authority. It's like just going to further ingrain whatever he's listening to at school.
That's why that homeschooling is probably the only real option. Either you do the homeschooling, or literally every time your kid goes to school, you go behind what they learned in school every single time. But yeah, no.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, it's either
that's too much work.
Yeah, it is. That's more work than homeschooling.
Yeah, that's too much work.
I would like, my daughter goes to private school, but it's a small school that is run by a church, and like everybody goes to the church, and it's not a church school that's like open, like, here, come here and drop off your little heathen. Like, you have to be a church goer to go there. Gotcha, and like the majority of the staff are former students or parishioners or parents whose kids are going there. Okay, so it's a very, very, very tight community.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good, because like, I mean, I went to private school for a time, like up until like the 4th grade, and it was a Christian private school in Atlanta. So it was, I think the school was called Hopewell Christian Academy. When I look back at the things I was being taught in that school, because like when I say it's a private school, I mean it's like all the books that I have from that school I still own, because we had to buy the books, because all the books like infuse some kind of a Christian doctrine in them to some certain degree,
Right.
But like when I look back at the things I was being taught just in those like early 4 or 5 years, and then I compare it to all the time I was in public school, it's day and night. Like I was being like we had like cursive exams, when I was in private school. Like grade, these were not graded. Like these are part of the curriculum grade, where we have pick a passage from the Bible or from some book and write the passage in cursive, and they would grade our cursive. I mean, when I say grade, I mean like they would like look at how you looped your L's, and then say, okay, see that loop was too large, points off. that I wasn't done correctly, points off. Shit was wild.
I mean, nice. That sounds good as far as the kids are concerned, but first of all, for one problem at a time, you have to actually find a stable person to actually want to have kids with, and good luck. And that's already mission impossible in this society.
No, you're right. Because I mean, I told my mom this, and she was like, I told my mom this, and she got quiet. Because she asked me recently. She was like, she asked me recently. I think I told you guys before. She asked me. She was like, "Why don't you have a girlfriend?" And I was like, a girlfriend. I'm poor. What do you mean have a girlfriend? He's like, what do you mean? Like you can't find a girl to work with you? I'm like, Mom,
No.
you're in your 60s, or coming close to it. You met my dad in the 70s. Both of y'all come from a whole different time period of, let's like of we're two poor people. Let's get together and be poor together and make something better out of this. That's not happening today. That's today. You have poor women calling poor men. Exactly. Like today, today you have poor women calling poor men poor while being poor. Like that's literally what's going on.
Oh, snap.
I'm glad for my ass up in the background.
No, like you have women surviving off of food stamps and WIC, calling men who are average income earners broke.
Net worth of $1,700.
This is this is the dating pool you have. You have women who are poor and in debt.
Black women as a collective have a net worth of $1,700.
Calling men who objectively earn more than them poor and broke for not being millionaires.
But broke men don't deserve no pussy.
And then the kicker is that these same women think they're gonna have a chance with you if you do become a millionaire. So let me get this straight. When I didn't have the millions, you let me know you don't want to do shit with me. But then you think after I get it, you'll have a chance.
Yeah, you're corny for that, sir.
That's the part that kills me. It's like, wait. So when I was taking the bus, I wasn't shit. But now that I own the bus, I should take you seriously. Okay. Okay. And if we don't, it's abandonment, or we hate ourselves. Okay.
Oh well, I guess I do.
Oh, bro, the collective nervous breakdown over about the next 10 years is going to be glorious.
When all these 40-year-old single moms are 60 with teenage daughters and sons. And people are always talking about, it's misogyny that men tell women our time is up. No, bitch, it's Mother Nature. It's not men. It's the human physiology hasn't caught up with our scientific advancements. We still produce hormones as if we just left the caves 8 million years ago. From the time we hit puberty till 30, that's it. After 30, the testosterone falls off a cliff. The eggs dry up. The sperm becomes low quality. Our bones start hurting. Shit, let me break a leg now at 28. I might be done.
I think you're all right at 28.
Shit, I'm just saying, like, let me break a leg at like 30, 35. It might be a wrap.
No, actually, you'll be fine. The woman won't.
It's like people are like, oh, it's misogyny that men tell women. I'm like, sure.
No,
there may be.
No, it's misogyny because we know now. Now the information is out there.
Yeah, sure. I'll give you that. There's men out there who are just like, these bitches can't have kids past 35. Huh. Okay, great. But how does him saying that erase the fact that without modern science, there would be no real way to overcome that by the time you're 35, 95% of all the eggs you've ever had are gone? Please.
You've out.
Please. Please. Okay, he's a misogynist. Tell me how that fixes you having less eggs. Tell me. Go.
And how is he a misogynist for pointing out this?
No, fuck it. Fuck it. He's a misogynist, Lion. He's a misogynist. He hates women.
Is he wrong though?
Tell me how him saying that it erases the fact that at 35, definitely at 40, like at 40, you probably working with like 5% of your eggs, maybe 2 at 40.
Oh God.
To tell me how him saying that makes that any less true. And then the part that kills me is that they think like every guy that says this shit is like, oh, I want you to lose. I'm like, no, bitch. Look.
No, we're saying you're going to.
No, not even that. Look, if you become a single mother at 40 deliberately, you should have all access to welfare denied. That's my point. Fuck you being too old. You aren't getting welfare. Because ain't no way in hell we're gonna make it so that now women who are deliberately putting themselves in that situation are now gonna ask for a handout.
No damn way you mentally respond. No way you're mentally intact for doing that. So you're putting your life on the line just to be so you're putting your life on the line just to be a single mother?
Exactly. Hell no. Like before
just the pregnancy part, just the giving birth part, you are putting your life in danger, being damn near 40, having a kid with no man. Okay, I mean, hey,
and then you want a welfare check? You want Section 8? Nah, you gonna work. You gonna work. you gonna work.
I'm still laughing because the way you put it, I'm like, you got poor women telling poor men they're broke.
But that's literally what it like. That's literally what it is. Like
no, but that's what I think about. That's what makes me think about their net worth, and they have a net worth of $1,700.
Because people really forget that like if you open a history book, right, and your last name is in a history book, that means that all your ancestors were just a footnote of humanity.
Pretty much.
That's what like it's a very sombering fact, but like there's people who live in the past whose bodies have recycled into the atoms that we breathe in, whose names we still remember. Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan.
Hey man, broke men don't deserve no pussy, bro.
You know what I mean? There's women and men who we remember because of what they did, and there's that's only like a handful of humanity. Like if you were to really like quantify like all the memorable people like that history remembers as doing something, like whether it be inventors, activists, war criminals, etc., they wouldn't even make up maybe 1% of all of human beings that have ever existed. But those are all the names we've written down in books, meaning the rest of us were just here. And then you're telling me that the same women who are just here with me are telling me I ain't shit for this being here too? Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here. Mm-hmm. Fuck out of here, bro.
They going crazy in the comments. I don't even watch this. The spiritual word Instagram. They put in the guy. They put up Kevin Samuels happy birthday. He would have been 58. Women in the comments saying y'all want something from the store.
Again, it's truly hilarious because it's like I think there's this new I guess YouTube channel where this white guy's interviewing younger women, like talk about late.
You talk about whatever.
Yeah, like late teens, early 20s, right? And there was this one video where like there was this Christian dude talking about how he wouldn't fuck a trans because that'd make him gay, right? And one of the girls was like, oh, she was getting really antagonistic, like, oh, I'm gonna do something to you, etc., etc. And the moment he said, how about you make me shut the fuck up, she got and walked away. I was like, see, and that right there, that right there just sums up this entire gender war thing. because it's not by the power of women that men are actually capitulating. No, it's by the power of the state. Because if we really put it on the brass, like, okay, how about you make me pay this child support? Go ahead. How about you make me do this? These women ain't gonna do. You ain't gonna make me do shit.
Yeah,
that's the crazy part about it. It's like the moment.
It really can't.
Go ahead.
No, you're right. I'm just saying what you're saying. I'm like, yeah, at the end of the day, women can't make you do a damn thing.
Exactly, and that's the crazy part about it. It's like the moment you cut all the fluff, all that's just like, okay, how about you make me? How about you make me do it? How about you make me see fat women as attractive? Go ahead, do it. I dare you.
Clip. You got to show me that clip. That clip I didn't see.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, no, it wasn't that clip, but it was like in the same vein of like, like women talk to men as if it's like you're really about to make me do some shit. Like you're really about to make me change my opinion. Like, bitch, try it, do it. Yeah, I want you to do it.
We do.
I want you to make me do it. Yeah, do it. Come on, do it.
Yeah, we really do need to start adopting that too. Like, what if I don't?
What if I don't do it?
What if I don't? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Give him that same look that you give another dude. Like, and what's gonna happen if I don't?
Because I mean, that's really what it has to get to. Because like the moment he said that shit, she got up and walked up. I was like, yeah, because now you've put down the Agni Kai. Okay, make me. Exactly. Make me.
You can't do shit.
But
you really can't. But that's like, yeah.
But yeah, like it's like the more I'm watching these videos, the more I'm seeing more of these crew, more of those crew season cucks. The more I'm seeing more of these Afro metaphor, I'm like, it's not the women. Like, it's really not the women. Like, Smurgo was right. Like, Smurgo was right. It's not the women. Like, it's
got a point. That's the thing about Smurgo. Smurgo's unpopular, but Smurgo was right. I've had a lot of private conversations with Smurgo. Smurgo had a lot of points.
I still chat with him every now and then, but he was right.
Yeah,
like it's not the women. Like, it's these niggas will kill you to stay Matrix.
Yeah,
like, nigga, don't you dare wake me up.
But he's right. but it goes back to what Andrew Tate was saying. He's 100% right when he was like, without men, feminism falls flat on its face.
Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's without men, really. I would say without government.
Without the government, yeah, I agree with that.
Because
I mean, the government practically is. I mean,
not even that. Because I mean, like, we're seeing. Because I mean, when you really look at the history of humanity, right, it's always been a struggle between working men and wealthy men in the power struggle. And this is where, like, throughout history, there's been all these revolts, revolutions. Whether it be in Russia, Latin America, Africa, Tiananmen Square, all this shit, where it's like, okay, the working man's like, okay, look, I'll pay the taxes, but you taking half my check is where I draw the line. And I think, I know that's ultimately the goal that Western countries are like. They want to have a male population as controllable as women, but it's not going to work.
No,
it's really not, because it's not going to work, because the same aggression that you need from men to go to war, you would also need to take out of them to make them controllable.
Yep. It's that the same masculinity you call toxic.
Yes, exactly. Like the same masculinity that you need removed from men to make them docile, you also need from men to secure your own freedoms. It's that
That's
same
what
thing.
they want to redefine, and that's what I was saying earlier. They want to redefine masculinity to their benefit. They
But
want masculinity. They just want to redefine it. They want to re-engineer it.
But I don't even think like I think it's a fruitless attempt though, because it's like
It is.
it's like it's like there's so many. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen it with these videos where you'll be seeing guys sit down and have these women like lurch at them, like really get up and get animated. You realize that if he matched that energy with you, you would be scared for your fucking life.
Yeah, women know that though.
I you know what's funny? I think they know that, but I think they
have no fear of it. Yeah,
I think they've forgotten that every man has that in him. That's what I think.
Yeah,
I think they've in their minds they put it to where like only the bad guys.
But they also want men to. But I think that same thing to what you said to your point. They also want men to forget they have that in them.
Exactly. Because it's like I truly think that like that they've forgotten that like every man you see on the street has the physical capability to snap you like a Slim Jim if he decided to do so. It's because he chooses not to that he doesn't.
But I think
the ones go ahead.
But the thing about that, what you say is like, you hear some women try and make that point, but they won't say it. When they start talking about all this violence against women, that's what they're talking about. But they're also talking about those small guys who actually do it. And I'm like, yes, every man possesses the power to do it, but it's only a small percentage of men who actually do go through with it. And those men are not even all that right in the head. The men who do those, the things that would happen to women as far as rape and abuse and all that other crap.
No, because I mean, it's just funny. It's like,
but some of you women like that shit too, though. We don't talk about that.
Oh, no, it's not some. It's not some.
A lot of them. A lot of them probably do. Like, I mean, I was just saying, I'm just saying just to say it, but I know like a lot of women get off on it.
Yeah, it's a very weird dichotomy where it's like the darkness that women say they fear in men is also what makes them wet. That shit to me is hilarious. Yeah. It's so hilarious to me. Like if there's this creative writing app called Wattpad. It's mainly for the women and queer people, right? But all the fan fiction stories from women are just 50 Shades of Grey type shit. Like, oh, the uncaring billionaire doctor took me to where I was. It took my body. I'm just like, wow. And then you'll hear these same women who will read and write that shit go on Twitter and say, I hate men who are, I was like, really? You hate these type of men, but then in the deep, dark parts of your mind where you think no one can see you get off to these same type of men. It's like, all right.
That's that dark triad shit.
It's the dark triad shit. Like, all right. Okay.
It's the dark triad shit.
That's the thing, man. Men are still playing checkers in the whole game against women.
I don't think so anymore. I mean,
no.
You got a point with that, Freeman, but I don't think.
I agree with Freeman because, like, I'm sure you guys have seen the Psycax channel.
I've seen it. Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Have you read those comments?
Yeah, I shared it. Yeah, I've shared it.
Yeah, like it's like these guys are having like breakthroughs and shit. Like, oh my god, it's like no, like, and to what Freeman's saying, I think the reason why is because, I'll give feminism its credit. feminism did allow women to think outside of community, family, religion, and everything. It allowed them to think for their own best interest.
Yeah.
But the thing that happened is that in order for them to do that, an environment had to be created to where men stop thinking about that as well. Because for so long, like a lot of our, grandparents and stuff, they were on autopilot. Get married at 22, have kids, work, raise the kids, die.
Yeah, they're just automatons.
Like so for so long, our grandparents all going as far back as you want. That was the plan, and then all of a sudden, the 1900s, like, wait a minute, why am I having kids? Why am I having kids at 22? Why?
Now they start having kids at 30.
You know what I mean? And the thing about it, like for men, we haven't had that. Wait a minute, why am I working 80 hours a week just so I can come home and get told I can't make you dinner?
I think that's why a lot of men, what is going on right now. It's like, well, because it's funny you mentioned that, because I did have a back and forth on one of the Sidecats videos with the one he was talking about, like women treat men the way they treat jobs.
Yeah.
That was when
which is true.
And so, which is true, which is 100% true. Yes.
100% true.
Yes. This dude, like this one white, I guess he's a white dude. And I was talking about like this whole equality. This is why this whole equality talk is absolute BS. And some dude just came and made an argument like, no, men and women are equal. I was like, if that were true, I was like, selective service would be for both men and women, not just men. I was like, if that were true, women would do just as much jail time for committing the exact same crime as men. I was like, you ever notice how when an older man dates a younger woman, he's labeled a weirdo, but when it's reversed, she gets no labels? But you want to believe in the equality? Right.
It's not even that. It's even like when you look at the complaints women make, like when you like actually sit down and listen to the complaints women make, you start to realize that they just don't want to do anything. They'll complain about having to do domestic work, right?
But they're complaining about the men they want.
I mean, even that, but it's like because usually what you'll hear is the whole women do more domestic work than men, and it's not fair, right? But no one will talk about how and men bear the financial burden of that relationship. So literally, it's that men are bringing in 75% of the outside income, and women are doing the same amount of work inside the home.
That's
but
annoying.
Only women are complaining about doing more work in the home.
But here's the conundrum with that. I'm like, you complain about that, but at the same time, you still expect, and there's literally stats on it, you still expect them to make 50% more than you.
Exactly. And that's what I say. And then exactly. And then if you flip it and they're the ones who make more money than you, they'll get mad that they're like, I've always said,
it goes 60% up. There's a 60% chance of.
Yeah, exactly. I've always said the moment a woman starts realizing she's opening her wallet more than you, it's that union is done. Because a woman does not want to be taking care of a man financially, while at the same time doesn't want to do domestic chores more than a man either. So on both ends of the spectrum, they don't want to do more than you.
Damn you yeah, damn you do, damn you don't.
And that's why I laugh when people say, "Oh, the reason why women file a divorce is because they do all the housework." I'm like, yeah, because because we're gonna sit here and tell ourselves that and then if women were making more of the money, they'd be happier too, right? Right.
Exactly. I'm like, but at the same, I'm like, exactly. But at the same damn time, you'll complain when you're making more money with him. So which is it?
I mean, that's what I've been trying to figure out. Because like every time I've asked that question, I don't get a response back. It's like okay, so
You
you'll
get a
complain.
response, you just can't respond with logic.
Yeah, it's just like okay, so you don't like it that you do more housework than me. Okay, fine, but you also don't like it if you're the financial earner more than me too, right?
Yeah, you're the breadwinner.
So in both so in both scenarios, the real issue is you don't like doing anything more than your husband. But at the same time, you want him to do more than you. And then you're gonna come to me and cry about fairness.
You don't. You want to share the household chores, but you ain't trying to share those bills.
Exactly. I've yet to see a woman say, "I want to bear." And Kevin always said it. These women do not want to bear the majority of the financial burden, but they want to come. But they don't want to bear the financial burden in the majority, but they want to complain about doing the domestic majority of the household labor. Make it make sense.
Numbers on that. We already know you have an even higher chance of divorce if she's the breadwinner. It's even higher. It's even higher.
No line. The reason why is because you're insecure. That's why. It's because miraculously, the moment they start making more than you, it's your insecurity. That's why you get divorced. Miraculously.
Now I'm insecure.
Miraculously, right? But before, when they were earning as much as you, they left because they were doing housework. The moment they earn more than you, it's because you're insecure.
There's also another trick back. I'm like, well, if I'm in, so let me get this right. So then that would just bring another question. So is there a wage gap or isn't there? I'm gonna need you to pick a side. Is there a wage gap or not? So is there really a wage gap or is it just plain laziness?
I mean, honestly, yeah. Because
I'm glad you said. I would yes. If a woman asked me that question, I'm like, well, I'm glad you said that. So is there a wage gap or no?
No, because that's literally what it's coming to. It's okay. So if we divorce and I'm making less than you, it's because I did all the housework. But if I make more than you and we divorce, mind you, in both scenarios, I filed for it. So if I divorce you and I'm making more than you, it's because you're insecure.
Man, you will get the fuck out my face. So why should I play this game? So it's like I can understand the young men who with that the young men they're talking about in that article who are pretty much bowing out those single young men who are bowing out because they're looking at the game like, then why the fuck should I be playing? What's the point of playing? How do you want me to play a game when you already got me in checkmate?
In both scenarios where you leave me, it's because I did something wrong.
Yes, because I did something. Either way, it's my fault.
Either way, it's your fault. In both scenarios, because I did something wrong.
There's a wage gap. There's a wage gap, but you want me to make more money.
Not even that. You're competing with me in the workforce.
Yes.
But you want me to make more money than you.
But you want me to make more money than you.
You're competing with me in the workforce. Trying to make more money than you. And that's another thing. This and you
lie, you don't want to go 50-50 either.
This lie about like women working, like I have to give like a round of applause to the feminists because this lie that's probably one of the most prevalent lies I've seen.
It is. Women have always
in a while.
Women have always worked.
You got people really believing that until the 1920s that women were in the house. I'm talking like from the like human beings have been on this planet since maybe 3-4 million years,
Maybe.
and you're telling me that up until 1920, the women were just not working? Man, men are amazing. Shit. Men are amazing.
Yeah.
Telling me that from the era of the hunter-gatherers, we were living in the wilderness with wild animals, that y'all were just in the clearing by yourselves, not doing shit. Shit is crazy.
Yeah. But I'm done, dog, because like I said, that discussion right there, because when you sitting there talking about you don't want to go 50-50 and you want, and then women, because some women is always going to bring up how 40% of women are now breadwinners. I'm like, okay, so is there a wage gap or not? Gotcha.
Only when it's to their advantage.
It's only when you deem it. Oh, okay.
I'm saying it's like that. That's literally what it is. It's like,
play the game, but I make rules though. That's what
it's literally like if they make less than you and they divorce you, it's because you were emotionally unintelligent and you didn't share domestic duties. But when they make more than you and still divorce you, it's because you were insecure about not being the breadwinner. So it's like, all right.
So okay. So it's either patriarchy or
so no matter the situation, you just didn't do shit, huh?
Yeah,
that's what you're telling me.
Patriarchy, or I just ain't shit.
That's literally
those are the terms.
No, because I mean, they're trying the same shit with this whole single motherhood shit, where you got women who are serial single moms saying, "Oh, so you think that we did this on purpose? So you think that you know?" And I think it was Sansa Ray. This bitch said on one of her videos that I got tricked twice by 2 different men.
Bro, that video, bro, she had about. I wanted to clarify this story about how I got pregnant by this man, and I'm thinking like I commented like, man, this is like Jeffrey Dahmer giving you diet tips.
Exactly. I was gonna show. Wait a minute. Okay. Wait a minute. So you're saying that you're saying that these men are tricking y'all into 9-month pregnancies? And then after the first time, you somehow get tricked by a different guy into another 9-month pregnancy, and you want to tell me that it's not you? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
we gotta stop. We gotta stop.
There's no possibility that you could be the problem.
We have to stop the madness. We have to stop, because now they're literally out here saying they're getting tricked into babies. We have. We have to stop.
Exactly.
we have to stop.
That's pretty much the only face you can make.
It's like they're literally out here saying I got tricked into babies, but we have to.
Okay, now you're chasing clout. That's what we're not going to do here. Okay, next episode.
Now you're chasing clout. That's what we're not gonna do here.
Yeah, according to them, they apparently slipped and fell on some eggplant emojis. You know what I mean?
Slipped and fell on dick. Like this has to stop.
So I'm like, so that just brings up another question. Like, oh, so you don't have full autonomy?
Bro, like again, we have to stop, because like this is getting ridiculous.
So is it not your body, your choice? Is that what you're telling me?
Like they want to really tell
change.
They want to really tell you we're getting tricked into babies. Like, wait, flag on the play, flag on the play, ref.
Time out.
Ref!
We have to. You know what? 5-minute pause.
Ref!
We're gonna review the play. We have to review.
This is getting
Challenge.
ridiculous.
A challenge has been issued. We're gonna review.
Yeah, challenge the play.
Challenge the play.
Getting tricked into babies consensually. We gotta
Really?
ref.
Really?
Run that play back, ref. We gotta run that play back.
Challenge, throw the flag. We have to review this.
This
play.
shit's making no sense.
Run it
This
back.
shit's making no sense.
Yeah. But you're 100%. But you're 100% right. What you said in that chat, Ease, when you was like, the problem is you expect men to become above average for mediocre women.
No, and you know the thing about it, right, is that like I'm thinking about that too, and I'm looking at how, like, you know, this is my biology coming into play, but the way we frame the evolutionary progression of human beings and other animals, like other mammals, right, is that the males always have to be exceptional, while the women don't. So what I'm seeing is that essentially the diversity of humanity is pushed by men. Because if everyone's going to keep on saying that the men have to be exceptional, like it's only the top 10%, right? The top 10% of men are carrying on, right? There's no way you're telling me that all these women that they're carrying on with are top 10% women.
Can't be.
So what people are literally saying is that most women who carry their genes on are mediocre, and it's the men who are exceptional. And when you look at how women in general congregate towards desirable men, you realize all women across the spectrum want these same type of men. So all the media, and then like if you remove the restrictions of monogamy, all of the I'm sure y'all have heard about how, you know, about how King Solomon had like 2,000 wives and 9,900 concubines, right, in the Bible. All of those women weren't exceptional specimens. There's no way. Most of them were mediocre or average.
Can't say that though. Get out of there.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like if we're gonna really keep on pushing this idea that, okay, so the biggest elk gets to procreate, then that means that these women are mediocre. They're average women get to procreate with exceptional men.
Yeah. I mean, most people are average, man.
Yeah, but most people are average. But I'm saying, like, in the sense of how, you know, the whole evolutionary thing is framed, where it's like, you know, people will always point to how it's the line that survives longest to kill other lions' pride that gets to reproduce. Or, I mean, there's like dozens of Animal Planet examples where they'll showcase a male boar or bison fighting over a pack, right? All those other female bisons aren't exceptional. They're just women. You know what I mean? They're just female bisons, right? So it's like if the crux of the entire process is predicated on the male being the exceptional one amongst a pack of males, that means that all the women that he gets are just average women. Dare I say even below average.
At this point, the overwhelming.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the only thing that guarantees the women the opportunity to reproduce is them being women, not them being a quality woman. But they're just having a womb puts you in the running.
No, that goes back to that settling word.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Who's really settling?
Who's resettling? If if every woman in the room wants the 10% guy, all of you can't be 10% chicks.
Exactly. Like you said, and that's the reason why, right? And that's what we have to take. We like you said, and a lot of these concepts we really need to basically, kind of twist the knife, so to speak. If y'all all want a 10% man, that means that the man is settling with each and every one of you.
They should every one of you, because all of you aren't 10% women. And
Exactly.
and even if we asked y'all to tell us what a 10% chick is, y'all would lie so that everyone gets included. That's the crazy part about it.
Yep, they will. Or worse. No. Or worse. You know what they'll do? They will try and they will try and equate a 10% woman being whom they find beautiful.
Yeah, like, you know what's funny, Lion? You see that shit all the time on, I think is that what's it called? There's this show on YouTube called The Cut, where they'll have girls rank each other, right? And it's funny, it's like every time. So what they'll do is that they'll have women rank women in descending order from prettiest to whatever, right? Without men being there, and almost every single time, the girls will put the fat girl in the middle or higher. And then when the guys come in, they put that fat bitch at the end of the line. Every single time. Every single time. Every single time.
Yeah. I was about to say, I think Hardcore Tito talks about that. The reason why they do all this body positivity stuff and why they, basically gas all the big girls up is because by them gassing them up, they're indirectly kind of eliminating their competition, so to speak. You know what I mean?
That's how I think it is. Like, I'm not gonna think I know. I know for a fact that the women who aren't fat that are pretty know that these big girls ain't getting shit besides dick and hope.
Pretty much.
That's all they're gonna get, and I think maybe it's part of that, and I hate doing this because this is that.
But a big chick getting hope, but that's the problem with that Ease, because they see one big chick get dick or that gives the other big chick hope. Hence why at least once a week there's 2 or 3 big chicks liking my profile.
But that's the thing though. And I think we've said this before, is that the way that men and women view intimacy is very different. Like, women use sex as a credit card for a relationship, for commitment, which is why you'll hear shit like, "Oh, women get used for sex." You only get used for sex if you use sex to get shit in return. You only get used for sex if you use sex to get anything outside of more sex. That's the only way you get used for sex. Men have sex to have sex. Women use sex to get relationships. Oh, if I give him some pussy, I'll get commitment.
Mm-hmm. Tell that to the real 304s who actually don't use sex to get something. The real 304s, not.
They're not trading it for commitment, right? They're just trading it for things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, women use sex, like, it's so fascinating, because on a certain level, you can honestly say that all women, to a certain degree, engage in some kind of light to aggressive prostitution. Because, and this is something that I thought I was crazy, but again, that Psych Hacks dude, he had a YouTube show where he said that, look, if you're if you're involved with somebody and who by all metrics you find attractive, et cetera, right, and that person is delaying sex without reason, right, that person is playing games, right? And in the comment section, you had men and women talking about, oh, but what about marriage? What about marriage? And he was like, you're playing a game.
Yep.
And the way he said it was that because sex is like eating food. It is a natural part of our physiological, but need. So if you're delaying eating food, why are you delaying eating food for? Because you want something in return for not eating the food. Same for sex. If you're delaying sex, why are you doing it for? Because you want to use the act of sex to barter for more, which is a lot of times marriage.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's like. Oh, I was about to say, for me, it's like this. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, for me, it's like whether you're going to be in the streets or you're looking for sex. I don't necessarily hold that against them. I mean, I look at more so, how it's, I guess, in a sane, rational world. Prostitution would be like an expense. Marriage would be like an investment. As BGS would say, marriage used to be a pathway out of poverty, not a way to keep you trapped into poverty. So I'm not going to necessarily hold it against them. Yeah, what I have a problem with is, like you said, it's the playing games, it's the fuckery and the bullshit and acting. That's not what you want. It's like
I can definitely see what you're saying.
Like for me, it's like I'm not gonna fault a woman who says specifically, listen, I don't want to be out here in the streets like that. I want to find a guy who's upwardly mobile, who takes care of himself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not gonna hold that against her. And same thing goes for the chick who's like who's just like a bona fide hoe. She's straight up selling snatch in exchange for money, gifts, and stuff. I'm not gonna hold that against either one of them. The problem is nowadays with this acculturated prostitution is that most women are trained to kind of straddle the fence, you know what I mean? And those are the ones that you see ended up with all these oops babies and the STDs and the depression and becoming a baby mama multiple times over because they feel fundamentally
the Instagram section right there.
Yeah, they fundamentally feel as if them taking any type of precautions whatsoever as a woman is quote unquote misogynistic. They feel they shouldn't have to take any precautions ever for any reason.
Entitlement.
Exactly, extreme entitlement. So
that's definitely it's just weird. It's weird because it's like it would be so much easier if we didn't have ethics as human beings. Like a lot of this shit gets so annoying because like we have a very robust understanding of fairness. That if we were like other animals and didn't have it, it would be so much easier to deal with this shit.
I think men do more than women. I think men have a better understanding of fairness than women do.
Because we have to.
We have to, yeah.
We have to. Again, the lion will kill. Like, look, let's really think about this shit. When we look at lion packs who lose, like where like a male lion loses to another lion, that winning lion will come in there and kill any and all cubs of the lionesses there. And the lionesses let him do it. They will stand by and let this new lion kill their kids to start over again. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah. we as humans, that ethics shit kicks in so hard.
Well, how can I approach like this? People talk about morality and ethics. I mean, again, I think the problem, like says, that we look at ethics and morality in an idealistic way as opposed to like a practical way. Moral, like morals and ethics, are just a way of setting boundaries, to prevent a lot of unnecessary pain and suffering. Okay. Yeah. And like you said, is that the problem, like you said, especially Western culture, I said this in Green Gorilla's channel, saying, again, is that the problem in Western society, is that we promote Captain Save-A-Hoism. Captain Save-A-Hoism is our default morality, which is why we have so many hypocritical takes. We talk about how polygamy and prostitution are evil and wrong, yet we're encouraging women to do OnlyFans, IG models, IG thoughts. We go to strip clubs, we're obsessed with internet porn. We encourage women to sleep around and call it sexual liberation. So it's like you're promoting the same thing. You say you're against polygamy and prostitution, but you're promoting the same thing, just in a more chaotic and dysfunctional way.
No, it's. I mean, and I don't even think it would really. It's really about promotion either. It's the fact that, like I said it before, for any society that aspires to be high functioning and progressive, and when I say progressive, I mean in terms of like innovation of technology, etc., etc., you're going to need a segment of your female population to be the whores of society. You're going to need at least 5 to 3% of your women to be the whores. You're going to need it. Your society isn't going to progress that far if men can't get whores and the women can't be whores. It's not gonna. The issue is when that 5% becomes 10, becomes 20, becomes 30, because
when
then
and wants to do the blank slate.
yeah, because then what happens is then you start having women who would become your moms be whores, and that like those two worlds can't mix. Like your mom can't be a slut. It's not gonna work. It's not like we have our ethics don't make it so it can't work. It cannot work.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like even if you want to look at it as far as in a practical level, again, it would be impossible to sustain a society for a long time, large scale, if all the women who are supposed to be, helping to nurture children were out here, sleeping around with dozens, hundreds, or thousands of different dudes. Like you said,
Exactly.
that's not a sustainable model.
Exactly. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work because then, like, forget the women. Those kids that come out of it, like done. It's like before it even starts, they're out of the game because now, like, how do you even function in a society where the greater population can literally say, I paid your mom to suck my dick last night. That was a question.
Like you said, it's not sustainable, and I think that's precisely, and that is precisely, and that's the reason why this makes it so much pushback, because we point out that very thing. Is like that's precisely the reason why a lot of this gynocentric worldview propaganda was promoted so heavily onto us so-called black folks here in America, precisely because it wasn't because it was liberating, it was because it was dysfunctional and would keep us dysfunctional, divided, and hopeless. When a lot of these like pro-black simps and stuff talk about how these women are carrying the community, no, technically that's a lie. The people that are quote unquote carrying the community, are the skilled, are the men who are skilled laborers, both blue collar and white collar, and like the successful business owners. Like they're the ones probably putting out like 60 to 70% of the economic productivity in so-called Black America. Hypothetically, like the fact that there's even a portion of us that are even upwardly mobile at all in of itself is a miracle, because hypothetically speaking, based off of the amount of economic and political sabotage both from within and outside of our community, technically speaking, we should only be putting up maybe like a quarter of the financial output we should have right now. So the fact that we're even in a position to talk about this is low-key a miracle, and we're low-key putting off one of the best carry jobs in history. You know what I mean?
No, I mean it really is something though, because like when you look at like all the attempts of sabotage, right, that white supremacy has tried, it's really the luck of the draw that white men thought that telling white women that big dicks are demonic didn't work. Like it's really like some wild shit, because like the same way that white men like cucked Asian men didn't worked, right? But like if they like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's so like that's like one of the quirks of history, right? Where it's like, okay, if we tell our women that these darker men are sexual deviants, that should make them not want them, right? Yeah. It didn't fucking work. In fact, it did the opposite. In fact, it did the complete opposite.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
You know, because I'm almost positive that like if white women were as racist as white men towards intellectual dating, I'm pretty sure these dudes wouldn't be as so threatening to black men. Because here's the thing. No one cares when an Asian guy takes their woman. You never notice that shit?
Not really.
You ever notice how like no group of men is like, oh shit, he's got with an Asian dude. Like no one cares when Asian men get women because it's like,
not really.
like other races of men don't care, which is fucked up because like the reason why we don't care is because we don't even see Asian men as like threats.
No,
and that's fucked up.
Yeah, we don't. Even though they earn more than everybody else.
Exactly. That's the crazy part. Like exactly, like Asian men financially kick everyone's asses except for like Arabs.
But I know why. But I already know why Asian women flock to white men before Asian men, because Asian men don't play that shit.
That's probably like 50% of it. And then there's like legitimate self-hate. it
could be a bit. Yeah, it could pass for both, but I think
if it was like a whole pie graph, it's definitely that because a
lot of white dudes, because the truth, the fact of the matter is, a lot of white dudes are soft.
Yeah, compared to Asian men, oh hell yeah.
Yeah, compared to Asian men, they're soft. That's why Asian women leave. Marry out. They marry out. Compared to their own men, they're soft.
I mean, remember, Asian men are calling 28-year-old women leftovers. Bro.
Yeah, they have a turn.
They're calling 28-year-old women leftovers.
Yeah.
And saying it with their whole chest, like that bitch is leftover. Like,
at 28.
At 28, so you definitely are on one with that one. You definitely got with that shit. Like the standard Asian men have is ridiculous, but it just goes to show you how like the whole if you have resources they'll want you shit is a lie.
That's a lie. Because Asian men have more resources.
Exactly, like
anybody. And somehow they're the least desired.
Exactly. So I mean, and the reason why is because I gotta give it to white men. The propaganda that white men put out is top tier. Like they thoroughly cucked Asian men, and I don't even think it might take another like half a millennium to fix that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like they thoroughly cucked these dudes. Like it is crazy. No, but like it's just so because and I feel so bad for the younger guys coming up in this because they're being told all types of lies. Like they're being told to be soft by women who actively seek men who aren't soft.
Mm-hmm.
They're being told to be quiet and submissive by a society that will condemn them for not being competent and assertive. In fact, the society will condemn them for being both. They'll condemn them for being competent and if they're not competent at the same time.
At the same damn time. Pretty much.
Yeah, I was about to say, part of the reason why, as far as when it comes to brothers, part of the reason why, we're not as, as hardcore characters, as Asian counterparts, is because we're negatively discriminated against in the society. When they try to quote unquote make us effeminate and throw us out there in the world, we get punched in the face with racism immediately. You know what I mean?
exactly.
It's just bam, like, oh my god, you don't even have time to react. It's like, oh bro, you gotta like, we know from life experience that being soft,
It's
especially
a
as a so-called
lie.
black man, will
It's a
get you
lie.
killed. It will get you bullied. It will get you killed. It will get you pushed over. People will overtly screw you over.
We
Whereas
learned by our very own. We learned that lesson in our very own neighborhood.
Exactly. Like
exactly.
The people we live near.
Trap.
We learned
It's a whole trap, and it's like imagine a younger guy growing up with a single mom in this era.
Mm-hmm.
Like you getting lied to everywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's the reason why I'm not why I'm so harsh, why I'm so like disgusted, you know, when I look at things such as, you know, like when I look at a lot of these like BreadTube conversations, or like where we'll look on one channel called waving the red flag, when they, you know, where they try to talk crap about the so-called minister. It's like, bro, the reason why this space is going to grow is because, again, you know, the reason why this space got popular in the first place is because we're saying it loud and unapologetically. You motherfuckers are liars. Y'all are liars. You lied about most so-called black men being deadbeat dads. You lied about most of us being so-called misogynists. You lied about us, you know, quote unquote, having an inherent lack of masculinity. No, like, you motherfuckers lied, and now, you know, we're putting those lies on Front Street through history, facts, the stupid shit that a lot of them say on social media. We're putting that on Front Street to where they can't deny it.
And
you know, they have no plausible deniability.
And what's even worse is when you ask questions like, what's in it for us? When you tell us what we're supposed to do, and you remember that conversation that BGS had with Obi about helping the community and doing that, and BGS was like, all right, well, what's in it for him? He couldn't answer the question.
It's either they won't answer it, or they'll try that ensnare masculinity and saying, oh, well, if a man has to ask what's in it for him for helping his community, he's not a real man. Like, no, bitch. Nothing over
my eyes.
Nothing.
I have a job and I get paid for it.
Exactly. Nothing is free. Everything is incentivized. What is my incentive as a singular man to invest in the community? Because realistically, I can get one woman and keep my bloodline going. Fuck all the community shit. I can get one woman and do that shit. So what is the incentive for me to now invest part of my life clock into a whole community? Tell me.
Can't tell. Can't do it.
Just tell me.
Can't do it. Can't do it. And that they know they can't. That's why they can't answer the question.
The
minute you answer that question, the minute you say nothing, all bets are off.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a reason why they're not specifically answering that question. Why they're not?
And that's the biggest issue with the pro-blacks, with the feminists, and everything is that. And I love the example Ed gave. It's like, okay, then, if you have a better product, go sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we're seeing these fuckers can't sell that product. They can't move that brick.
Nope. We ain't even asking. Black men are not even doing the whole date out campaign. We're just doing it. And we have a high probability of we do it better than y'all.
And that's the thing about, the whole,
because ironically, despite us being, I could say, less picky of a woman, the harsh reality that a lot of people don't want to accept is that the so-called, if you're a so-called black man who's not an elitist, like you don't believe in trying to be in that talented BS, if you're neither an elitist nor a so-called gynocrat where you believe in just putting women on pedestals and promoting female supremacy, the hard part to accept is that if you're a productive so-called black man, you're ironically more race loyal than the pro-blacks and feminists who talk about being race loyal. Because you're the one, statistically speaking, that's most likely to settle down with a so-called black woman and being willing to raise a family with one. Most of them either are too insufferable to be in a relationship with, or the first chance they get, they want to date a white person. So that's the harsh truth about it. That's why you especially see it out of the feminist camp. They talk all this anti-patriarchal, anti-male rhetoric, and then the first chance they
and
do
still want to
is
get married.
right.
They still want to get married. Like, that shit kills me.
Right. They either want to get married to a white lesbian if they're, still into women, or the first chance they get, they want to maybe the 1% chance that they get a chance to, the first thing they do is they want to go date a white man. So again, they just mad because we're calling them out on their bullshit. That's the real reason why this space gets so much hate.
No, like, and the thing about it too, to add to your point too, is that it's funny is that we're not even getting, like, it'd be one thing if we got hate for, like, if this place of the internet got hate from the women, right, or the women minded men, it'd be one thing. But we're even getting hate from who is it? Like y'all remember fucking a Mike Rashid. Like, we're getting hate from those niggas. I think
I had an exchange with him a long time ago too.
Like, we're getting hate from like the Amazing Lucas types. Stop talking about, oh, the manosphere is full of hurt men who are gay, and I'm just like, my nigga. And like I said it earlier, it's not even the women. It's like there's so many men hooked up to this bullshit. Like, it blows me away how other men can look at men fighting for male autonomy and say, nah, you niggas just can't get pussy. I can buy pussy. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know where that comes.
What do you mean?
No, but then the goalpost moves, because then they be like, no, I mean, you can't. I mean, without buying, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly. It's like,
and then you get mad when men be like, well, what the fuck does it really matter?
Exactly. It's like I'll never understand how men are like fighting against male autonomy. I'm like, yo, so you want to be told what you can say and how you can say it?
And for your troubles, you might get some pussy.
You might get some pussy. Like, for your troubles, you might see your kid.
When men can just say fuck that and go buy direct and go to Vegas.
Like, it's crazy seeing dudes who are like against that shit. I'm like, bro, so you're telling me you're against male autonomy? And they'll be like, oh no, I just think it's not fair that men do. I'm like, nigga, you don't, you only think it's not fair because it's men, not because you care about fairness. Because when these women say this shit, you niggas ain't saying anything.
You ain't saying nothing to the women selling it.
And that's part that kills me, is that you'll see all these guys like Destiny and Hunter Avalon, Ollie Fucker, and even Aber and Preach have all these opinions about the red pill. And I'm like, my nigga, we've all been alive long enough to witness the media machine let women say anything they fucking want to about men.
The reason why I don't go on Twitter
with no repercussions. Mm-hmm. And I've never seen you niggas give this level of critical thought analysis to these women that say shit like abort male babies. I've never seen it yet. So if you really want to sit here and tell me that your concern about men saying shit is because you care about fairness, you're lying your asses off.
Lying your ass off. And Destiny pisses me off because that is the most straw man arguing motherfucker I have ever
seen. because and that's the thing, like, no one he argues really, like, even Angry Man didn't really pin him, none of that shit. It's like, my nigga,
you didn't have to.
I'm saying my nigga to a white guy. My guy, you're only talking because it's men saying this, not because you care about fairness.
No,
not because you care about justice, not because you care about, our gender dynamics. Because when women talk like this, I don't see you do this. I don't see you get this animated. I don't see you go this far in. When women on YouTube and Twitch are making predatory content towards men, you ain't talking about, oh, this is the problem. When women talk about how they finesse niggas out of free meals, you are talking about how this is damaging towards dating.
33% to 30 and 60, 33% of women going out for just food.
Exactly.
I can't stand Destiny until I started. I heard so much about that motherfucker, then I actually started like paying attention to him, and not even
like
angry.
exactly.
Because
everywhere I hear him go, it's like it's always this dumbass straw man argument.
Exactly.
well, because he's a debate bro. He debates just for the sake of debating, for the joy of debating.
But when you listen to what he's debating, what he's arguing
it's,
for, it's a straw man argument.
When you listen to the debate, it's always like no matter what you pin on women, he will tell you how it's not fair because like I remember one time he said that like I remember one time he blamed hypergamy of women on the fact that women weren't able to work. I'm like, nigga, that's a whole lie.
That's a whole lie.
That's a whole lie. Women were working. Women were working with just like men were working.
Yeah.
The first labor laws were created to protect women and children. I don't know how you have labor laws
exactly
for women and children if women weren't fucking working.
Yeah, like again, and you could literally cite, those children having to work in chimneys or how the fire safety standards, right, and how the fire safety standards started after the shirtwaist fire in 1911, where 200 women burned to death in the factory.
I literally have an article speaking to the Victorian working class of women who were working.
Exactly. So
I got an article right here on my phone.
And like
1849, women working.
And every time I've seen him say that shit, he has said that lie so many fucking times, and no one has been like, "You're wrong." He said that lie so many times. It's crazy. I'm like, nigga, and this is the one thing I hate about this whole red pill shit is that none of these fuckers actually, like, outside of YouTube comments and super chats, these niggas actually don't read any literature. Like, they don't read shit. Like, they don't read anything. Like, it's so annoying.
They really don't.
They don't read outside of
but they'll accuse you. But then at the same time, they'll talk about how they'll accuse the same people who are arguing with them that they don't read.
It's crazy.
I'm like pretty sure we read more than you do.
You don't read these studies unless it's about an argument. Like, no, go read literature. Like, read it. The idea that women just started working is bullshit. What feminism did was that it destroyed the division of labor based on gender, meaning that there's like today, like in today's era, you don't hear this shit like, oh, this is a man's work.
If it's so damn women's work. But here's my thing, and this is how I would shatter his argument. I'm like, so if it's so damn bad and women can't work, there's a 7-Eleven being built right across the street from me. I don't see not one woman in a hard hat. Why is that?
And that's also something like I talked about, where it's like, you'll often hear from the red pill space that, oh, it's all these men becoming, day laborers, not because they want to, but because they have to take care of their families, right? And it makes you question, okay, so wait a minute. If men are willing to do dangerous jobs to provide for their families, why aren't women? Why are women willing to do jobs they hate?
Even though they have the same opportunities that they wanted so damn bad.
Yes, exactly. Like, why is it that you see what I'm saying?
So which is it?
You see what I'm saying? Is like, so why don't women feel that sense of urgency that men do?
Because they don't. Because men are what you just said. Because men are still doing it.
Because I mean, like I said, guys like him, Hunter Avalon, all these niggas, they're only talking because men are saying this shit. They have no problem with women saying that all men are pedophiles. They have no issue with that shit. They'll act like it didn't exist.
They won't even give the same. That's what pisses me off too. That's right, because they won't even give the same. They'll give that more pushback than a man saying something. I never seen something.
Exactly.
You got all this pushback for Tate, but where's all this pushback for the other women on the other side?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like it's all fake. It's all fake concern. Like you niggas don't care that Tate is saying this shit. You just care that it's a man saying it because women have been writing books on how to sabotage men, and you niggas were and you niggas had platforms then. Yeah, you niggas had platforms. I ain't here to talk about this shit.
Women having whole TikToks,
whole TikToks about how. Like I remember I saw a TikTok where like this black chick was trying to teach girls how to go to expensive brunches, like expensive dinner areas with no money, and then how to get men to pay for their bill of the food that they ate with no money. And in the video, she's like staring around looking for a guy to come and entice to go pay for her bill. And I'm like, okay, so wait a minute. Y'all aren't calling this predatory, which it fucking is. Mm-hmm. But if a guy did some shit like that, or even implies shit like, if a guy even implied, this is how I go out to make women give me pussy and shit, it would be this predatory, that's masculinity, all men are this. And I'm like, y'all, like it's like they think so much like women, because the way women think is crazy, because it's like when you bring up things like sexual assault, women will really sit there and your face and tell you, well, men who get sexually assaulted by men, the concern for women doesn't exist because it's men doing it to men. So I'm like, wait a minute. So you're not even, so you don't really care about the act itself. You just care who's doing it.
Pretty much.
Which is even fucking worse. Like, that's insane.
And the crazy part is, it's just been reported. Like, if you go back, you look at the CDC MPV violence, and when it comes to physical violence, there are more men victims from physical violence than there is women.
No, yeah, that's always been the case. That's always been the case, that men face more physical violence. That's always been the case. That's always, because men face it from men face it from other men and women.
Yep, I was about to say, and then I don't know if you ever got a chance to read this book, but if you ever get a chance to read the book called Anatomy of Female Power, they actually talk about this whole dynamic. You talk about the tricon versus the feminist. He describes it as the macho versus the mucho. The macho is basically the quote unquote traditional simp, who, like I said, he believes it's his job to basically be a workhorse for women, and he allows his virility to be used as a weapon against them. You have the mucho simp, or what we call the male feminist, the guy who's like, or what we call the soy boy, the guy who believes that, he's so basically henpecked and emasculated and so just mentally beat down that he's genuinely ashamed of being a man.
He thinks that the best way I can put it is that the effeminate feminist dude thinks that by him minimizing himself, he's being less of a threat towards women. Like, if I make myself less threatening and smaller, I'm being an ally.
But they're not gonna sleep with you, bro. It's not gonna work.
Like,
there's been a few. I remember, ironically, this white dude from college that he was actually still able to get some ass as like a male feminist. But to be fair, he did work out a lot, in college, so it's not shocking. But what was I about to say? But yeah, like I said, most of them, like I said, it's either these women aren't going to sleep with him, or even if they do, they're not going to respect him. Nope. He'll basically.
It's the whole thing of like, if I make myself non-threatening, they'll take me, and I'm like, my guy. If if people have a heightened awareness to your presence because of that's how you present yourself, not because of what you do, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how non-threatening you present yourself there. It doesn't matter. As a black man, I can tell you that shit right now. It doesn't matter how small you think you can make yourself. If they look at you and have the inclination to see you as a threat, it won't matter how you can make yourself a nanometer. It wouldn't matter. Shit is ridiculous.
At this point, ain't no point in doing that shit no more.
I mean, I don't even know when it fucking works.
Yeah, I don't know when. I don't know.
When it fucking works.
Yeah, and speaking about that, I was saying this, in the Emerson's Discord. It's like, again, that's how a lot of brothers get caught up. It's like we literally, it's mind boggling how we destroy ourselves trying to either prove how strong we are
or prove
how
how violent we are.
Right. Or trying to prove how quote unquote not misogynist we are. It's like, it's insane. Like, literally, as I was saying before, literally the whole Western idea of quote unquote women's rights and giving women the right to vote and individual property rights, that comes from the tribal form of organization that we had in the Americas and Africa centuries, if not thousands of years before European colonization. Like, they get these ideas from us, not the other way around. And for us to still think we have to quote unquote reform ourselves and quote unquote tone down our misogyny, it's like, what the fuck? And then what's even crazier is that, especially when you look at BreadTube, it's like the very ideology that a lot of these people hold near and dear, communism. We look through the history books just within the last 100 years, they've had some of the most reprehensible, like legitimately oppressive social norms targeting women, such as like, the one-child policy in China, or like forced abortions. And it's just like, these are the people telling you to tone down your misogyny because you said something that she doesn't like.
Heads back to the 28, the Xing Nu 20 in Chinese, the leftover woman at 28 years old.
Yeah, because the women who push feminism and socialism still the women who push feminism and socialism still believe that under those systems they'll get welfare.
Yep.
Hell no. Like, if you're already getting dirty looks from getting welfare under capitalism, which ironically would probably want you to have welfare, because that's more money they can pump out of you to keep you as a lower class. Ain't no way you're gonna get welfare and all that shit out of a communist or socialist state. Because they're gonna be like, hey, look. Because, like, I mean, it's just stupid. Because the only way that would be possible is if they're expecting those who are in power to have the sensibilities that, welfare should be still implemented in that same degree.
This shit is wild. That's why they scared. I'm like, they didn't care about black men being single. Like, looking at that damn article, I'm like, why? Like, y'all white dudes, y'all concerned by white dudes dropping out.
Yeah. All those articles about men, like, whenever they say men shit, of those articles, just put white men, because it's not all men. Yeah. They don't care that all men ain't doing shit. No, they care that white men aren't doing shit. And the reason why is because, again, these sociologists and psychologists and government officials know the batteries of society. Mm-hmm. Not women. Women are like, women. I wouldn't even say women are the buttons. Honestly, I wouldn't even say that. Like, if society was a remote, men are the batteries. And even the buttons. Women are like,
we built the damn control center.
Like, it's funny because it's like, like they're only saying this now because the entire feminist experiment failed strictly off the fact of that these feminists and sociologists and psychologists didn't train women to take up the jobs that men would leave.
They never thought men would leave.
And the thing about it is, if you listen to all these people talk about, dating and the workplace and shit, everyone essentially agrees that we can't make women do the work of men.
No.
Everyone essentially admits that one, women are not going to pick up the slack that men drop.
Because women don't want to go back to work either. Because
exactly,
women don't want to go back. They talk about men not dropping out of work. I'm like, women were dropping out of work.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Everyone knows that women, like, if 90% of the engineers, the plumbers, stop plumbing, women ain't gonna come up and fill those positions. They're not going to.
No, they're not.
They'd rather have broken toilets than learn how to fix them. But they're not gonna do it.
No,
and secondly, everyone essentially conveniently is like whenever we talk about whenever we talk about the high standards whenever we talk about the high standards women have, you notice how no one is saying that these standards are fucking crazy. Like, everyone knows that these standards they have are crazy. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows this. Like, every single article I've read, every single news report I've seen, they're always saying women have higher standards than ever before. Everyone knows that these standards are retarded.
Yeah, but then
but no one is saying, okay, women need to stop having these standards.
Well, the thing is it's actually worse than that, which is why they couldn't stand Kevin. It was like, all right, well, say you get this guy that does meet those standards. What are you offering them?
No, see, and that's the part and that's why they hated Kevin. Because before Kevin, it was, women who are women who are the daughters of school teachers and fucking mechanics are demanding men to be multi-billionaires and
just earning
and it's not wrong for them to have those standards. What's wrong is that there's not men who meet those standards. That's what it was up until Kevin.
And that's Destiny's argument, because Destiny wants to make the strong man argument talking about it's only a small segment of women saying that.
Again,
between Kevin, between Kevin, Fresh and Fit, and now this whatever Clips channel, somebody's
lying. Somebody's
lying.
Bro, all these studies saying that, women on average want a man who makes more than them by 50% or more. Someone is lying. Who's lying?
Exactly.
Are these women lying?
Lying. And the women are lying? I'm like, well, if they are, say we buy that they are lying. Okay, well, what are they lying about? Why are they
lying? Yeah.
Why are they lying?
This shit's ridiculous.
We can go down that rabbit hole. We can go down that rabbit hole.
Every piece of media I've seen has said women have higher requirements than ever before, and none of them are saying that those requirements are wrong. When in reality, those requirements are wrong. You have mediocre women. You have D3 women wanting D1 privileges.
Yes, we have a whole website dedicated telling them how impossible those standards are. IGotStandardsBro.com. Even when you tell them, all right, let's put in your standards. What is the percentage of men that actually meet them?
Exactly.
You show them the numbers and they just sit there.
Exactly. You have D3 women wanting D1 access, and every piece of media is saying, and it's not wrong for them to have those standards. What's wrong is that there's not enough men to meet it. I'm like, bitch, can she meet those standards? Like, the fuck are you talking about the men for?
Exactly. I'm like, we say there's only 10% of men who earn six figures. I'm like, it's smaller for women.
It's not even 10%. It's only 10% of people.
It's
only
10%.
it's only 10% of people. Forget men. Only 10%
Yeah.
of people earn that much money or more. And you
Well,
have
actually, as of I think over 2 years ago, 20% of men were able to make it.
oh, okay.
How many many men made six figures, made 100K last?
Well, is that well is that so is that talking about the population of out of the population of men, or is saying like out
But
of the
that's
working?
the problem. They're saying but the problem is they're saying households.
Yeah, exactly. Like is because like if it's saying out of the population of working class people, 20% of that population, you see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
out of the population of the working class that makes 100K or more, 20% of that, whatever that number is men. That's too fucking high.
well, here
That's
it is.
too high.
It says men are around 2 times more likely to earn an income of 100K or more per year in the U.S. in 2022, with 22,619 out of 131,389 men who were surveyed saying so. Only
Yeah,
about
okay,
11,000, only about 11,000 of that 137,000 women saying so.
Yeah, see, even that's not accurate enough because
Yeah,
for you to get an accurate number of that, you need to calculate all working people.
and they keep saying households, so they're
Yeah,
combined. So when they say households, they mean married. They mean married
yeah,
men
exactly.
too.
Combining, yeah. So you need to have all working people calculated for, and then out of the bracket that makes 100K, how in that bracket, how many of that bracket is of the total working population, and then break that down by gender. Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure out of all working Americans, it's like less than 10% are making 100K or more regularly, and then
you wonder why the men are dropping, and you wonder why these young men are dropping out because they don't see the point, especially because they're seeing the same thing everybody else sees, and then you won't. Why don't you ask those men who are on those dating apps what do they see when they're gone? And I'm like, yo, there's not but a bunch of fat bitches on here.
No, and then it's not even the whole thing of like we don't see the point. It's the fact that like again, like for so long within popular media and even academia, there's it's been this idea that men don't do emotional labor, or that a lot of men are emotionally unintelligent. It's like, no, bitch, we just don't complain. Like men are more emotionally intelligent than women are.
Yeah,
and our emotional intelligence is telling us, hey, look, I'm not about to run myself ragged.
Actually, it's more so about it's really self-awareness. It's like
exactly, yeah. Like I'm not about to run myself ragged.
I'm not about to run myself ragged
to provide resources to a person who thinks they're my equal, who essentially is looking for someone to do more so she can do less.
Yeah, but still wants to be partners.
But we're supposed to be partners.
We're supposed to be partners, but you want me to be you want me to be taller, stronger, and make more money.
Exactly, yeah. And then wants to come and tell me some shit like, oh, you like, it's just no, and then wants to overlook the emotional labor I put in with having to deal with your instability, because that's the thing. Like people really are really out here thinking that that we don't bite our tongue so much when dealing with women.
Take it from a man who's been taken from a man who has been married.
Like people really,
you have no idea.
People really think that like men are like, no, like we see the retarded shit women do regularly, and we don't say anything.
No, we don't.
We see how women weaponize their incompetence. Oh, I don't know how to change. I don't know how to put. I don't know. Here's the thing I hate. They'll be like, oh, I don't know what kind of gas goes in my car.
Lord have mercy.
Can you do it for me? And it's like, no, bitch. Like
you pay me.
Exactly. It's like people really think that men are out here not seeing how women weaponize being stupid.
I'm proud
of
of
it.
too.
It's like, nah. Like,
I'm proud of it too.
I'm proud of it. And they want and people think that men don't realize this. It's like, no, just because men don't say anything, because silence is golden. Just because the men don't say shit doesn't mean we don't see it. You just don't say anything.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, like you said, male stupidity is shamed, female stupidity is coddled.
It's coddled. Yeah, I mean, we don't say anything. Like women out here doing like living like retards. I'm driving a car. I don't have AAA, and I don't have any of the tools I would need to fix a flat tire. But I'm almost gonna drive. Like, I'll give you an example. I had a Uber pick me up from the bus station recently, right? Tell me why when she pulled the corner, I could fucking hear her brakes screaming. I'm talking about screeching.
Lord,
and I was like, Lord have mercy.
I have never let my brakes go that damn bad.
And then when I got in the car, we were driving. Every time she stopped, I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, yo, I know you hear this shit. I know you fucking hear this. I know you. And of course, she had she had her AirPods in. I'm like, ain't no way this bitch has not heard this. Ain't no way no one's told her, hey, yo, your brakes are crying. Ain't no way. And I'm like, I'm like, you know what? Maybe she's just doing the Uber so she can get the cash.
That's why they're buying
brakes.
But that's why they're buying Teslas now, bro.
That's why, you know what? And I was like, maybe she's doing that. Cause I don't want to judge. I was like, nah, this bitch really is just driving this car like she doesn't know brakes wear out
badly.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like,
those brakes, you gotta replace the fluid too.
Exactly. And like, you'll see chicks who are like, oh, I haven't got an oil change in 100,000 miles. Bitch, what?
What?
You didn't get an oil change in how many miles?
You're supposed to get an oil change at least 2 to 3 times a year.
100,000 miles.
100,000 and 100,000 miles. Wow! Surprised your car's still running.
What?
Surprised your engine hasn't gone. Engine ain't smoking.
I'm like, what?
100,000 miles.
And I'm like, what? Like, and mind you, an oil change is
like
30. An oil change is like $30 tops. If you're doing like a basic oil change, $30.
Well, maybe even 20. Your own oil. You understand?
Maybe even 20 if you go to like a Precision Auto.
There's an AutoZone. There's an AutoZone and a lube place like literally right across from each other where I'm at. You go to AutoZone, get your oil filter, get your oil, and go right across the street and have them change your oil.
Exactly. I'm just like, you let your shit get like this. I'm like, nah. And the reason why they do this is because they expect and are looking for a guy to come and do it for them. Like, oh, I don't do my own car repairs. Why? The fuck kind of sense is that? Like, I don't do my own.
Well, when you decide to be single,
I don't wash my own plates. So why? It's just like,
you know what
I mean? Like, what? Like people love to play this shit up, or like, oh, men are just emotionally stunted. I'm like, men are not emotionally stunted. What it is that men know that women are emotionally selfish, and we know that if we start bringing up the shit that y'all do that emotionally it irritates us. If we start doing what Michelle Obama did, to quote Michelle Obama, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said that when she was the president's wife, that she was keeping, she was what did she say? She was keeping score of who did what. If men start keeping score,
if men start, you don't want men to start keeping. I think that's a problem. You know what it is, but you know what it is though. When the part we don't talk about that small percentage of men who filed divorce. Those men, when
we're keeping score,
that's the result of men when they start keeping score.
Keeping score.
That's exactly what that is.
Society doesn't want men
to divorce. Yeah, when a man files a divorce, that is the result of him keeping score. When he starts keeping score.
Exactly. You don't want men to start keeping score, because the moment we start keeping score the way you do, and we show you, hey, the last 8 times you did this shit and left it like this, or like, this is like the 5th time I've had to fix this thing because you broke it.
Mm-hmm.
No, man. Y'all gonna hate us, and I've said it before.
Yeah,
I used to ask people at my job. I used to ask the customers at my job. I was like, I used to ask. I'd be like, how many times do you think you can correct your girlfriend or wife before she gets mad? How many times? How many times do you can correct her before she gets mad? And they're like, oh, not too many. And I was like, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because men know women are emotionally selfish. Men know women are emotionally, intellectually selfish, to where you guys can't take that level of analyzation. It's not even a word. Analysis from men.
It's not even just like it's like they're naturally selfish too.
Exactly.
We know why. Here's the thing. It's annoying and they're naturally selfish. I know and understand why they're naturally selfish. The thing is, they try to say that they're not.
And that's the emotional intelligence. Every man knows. Every heterosexual man who's dated women knows, okay, I can't consistently remind you how stupid you sound right now, or I can't consistently show you how disappointed I am or annoyed I am that you keep on doing this dumb shit, like not getting your tires fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Or you know what I mean? I can't keep on reminding you that shit, because I know that if I keep on reminding you about your inadequacies, you're gonna say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna break up with you because I don't like how you keep reminding me about the dumb shit I do. That's what women do all the time. Like if you keep reminding a chick about the stupid shit she's doing,
God help.
You ain't gonna have a chicken for sooner or later. You ain't gonna have a chick.
Mm-hmm.
Cause she'll be like, I don't like this. Let me go get someone who doesn't remind me how dumb I am every single time I do some dumb shit. Let me go do that instead.
Pretty much. That's pretty much what it is.
That's just crazy to me.
That is. That's why. But men don't leave like, because Kevin used to say men don't leave relationships. I was like, we don't leave relationships because we don't keep score.
That's what it is.
And that result in the results you see of the percentage, because I'm one of those men that's part of that small percentage that filed for divorce. That is the result of me when I started
score. So you were like, wait a minute. Every time we've gone out to dinner, I paid.
I paid nothing, and yes, and like that's when I actually started doing an assessment. I made way less money than I do today, and I paid every single bill.
Every time
I paid all living expenses. I paid the rent, I paid the rent, I paid the cable, I paid the internet, I paid all that. The only thing she had to pay for was her own individual bills. That's it. Anything
Exactly.
to do with
Exactly. Every time I went out by myself and came back, I made sure to bring you a snack because I know you'd want something. But every time you go out, you don't bring me back shit.
Putting names on the road, putting your name on the groceries. I know it's yours, bitch.
There we go.
But I know it's yours.
Exactly.
Who else lives here?
Let me go buy some shit and say, "Don't touch it. That's mine," and watch how you react.
Mm-hmm.
But then you'll go do that shit to me. I won't say shit. Shit. I've seen, and of course it was white guys on the air talking about how, oh well, so now my wife locked the fridge and said I can't get beer because I put the toilet seat up again. Bitch, what?
Yep. But that would take, but that whole thing you were speaking about earlier, that would have to awaken the men for them to want to start keeping score.
That's what I'm saying.
Or just something so egregious has to happen that just slaps the shit out of them and snaps them out of it.
No, that's what. And you know what that egregious shit is just asking them the question. The thing about it is that men are conditioned just to give, just to give. Yeah. So a lot of men will give and not even think about, like, it's even like a socially frowned upon thing for a man to give with the expectation of getting in return.
Yes.
We're conditioned just to give because it's good to give. You know what I'm saying? So the way that I've woken guys up to this shit is I've asked guys, I was like, hey, when was the last time she took you out? When was the last time she out of nowhere bought you a gift that had nothing to do with her anyway? And you'll see these niggas like it'll be like that fucking meme, The Wire, where you know what I'm talking about, where he's like Omar's like, oh shit, like mind's blown.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time she gave you a gift? When was the last time? Tell me when. When was the last time? Oh shit, I never got a gift from her. Exactly. You've been with this girl for what, 8 years, 20 years of marriage, etc., and you don't remember the last time she just out of nowhere did a random act of kindness for you? But this same woman will regularly tell you, oh, you didn't buy me this. You weren't romantic.
Mm-hmm. Men are the real romantics, by the way.
No, I mean, yeah, because again, if you ask a lot of these men, when was the last time she just gave you a gift without being told to? When was the last time she gave you a gift that in no way benefited her? A lot of these dudes can't tell you that shit. A lot of these dudes will be like, "Oh wait, she never has."
Just for her getting you a gift, just for the sake of giving you the gift, and you would have to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hardly ever.
A lot of these will be like, "Oh shit, that's never happened." Yeah. She's never just given me a gift.
No, that's never happened.
She's never just given me. She's never just went out of her way. Exactly. She's never done that. So, and I'm like, oh, and you still with her, huh?
I don't think. But that's the part that's like, that's one of those things. It's like, I don't think that's just not possible in any women. It's just not.
No, but I'm saying that, like, that right there is usually the question that Omega guy be like, holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a good question. That's a good question but I can
because again, like
I don't think women are even capable. But the thing is, I don't think women are even capable.
Oh no, like they don't. But that's what makes it so good because then it'll be on the guy. It's like, oh, see, like now you know you're getting played because now it's like, yeah, like she'll remind you every time to be romantic, but she herself won't do shit for you.
But that's my thing about romanticism. I'm like, romanticism is only for wives and LTRs. That's how I look at it. I'm like, no, you have to earn that. I mean, well, that's the thing. A lot of men don't even think like that. I'm like, no, that has to be earned. I think more men now are though. I think we can. It's slowly and surely that narrative is changing. I think more men are realizing that.
More men are realizing that they're in relationships with women where the woman isn't giving them anything.
Mm-hmm.
And even the one thing that they should both share together, which is like, having sex, she'll use that as a crudgel on him. Like a lot of men are having this moment right now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of men are having that moment right now where it's like, wait a minute, she didn't buy me a gift. Yeah, she didn't buy you a gift. A lot of men are like, oh wait, I remember on Valentine's Day, I was like, hey, my guy, did your wife give you pussy this Valentine's? Because I had some guys was like, yeah, like a lot of guys right now are getting the same vagina they got on the 13th day as a gift.
It's the same ass. Getting
this, like she's making you, she's demanding you buy her a Prada bag and shit, and she's giving you the same gift of box you were getting all the last 2 months up until today. And even worse, if it's not that, what she'll do is that she'll dress that box up in lingerie that she paid for with your credit card.
Yeah, but how can I say it's like this? It's like it's not so much that they're incapable of being selfless, but rather it's like they're not encouraged to. Again, we live in, like I said before, we live in a Captain Save-A-Ho environment when it comes to like how we view relationships. We view the relationships through the eyes of a Captain Save-A-Ho. Where it's like,
you're right.
It's your so-called manhood consists of you basically saving her from herself, from her own you saving her from her own self-destructive behavior, or like you said, centering your whole idea of your whole identity as a man around what she feels moment to moment, which is goofy.
Their manhood is tied to her happiness.
Exactly, which is dumb because again, it's like you can't make anyone else happy.
No,
they have to make themselves happy, and even when it comes to that, you can only really be content. Happiness is a fleeting feeling.
Yeah, like I think it was something that Ed said where he's like he defined masculinity as that men see masculinity through sacrifice. And I was like, yeah, like a lot of men view a lot of men view being men as how useful of a tool I am to others, and that's why so many men are fucking offing themselves and shit. Because it's like, wait a minute, if I can't be a useful tool, then I'm useless. I'm like, nigga, you're a human being. Fuck being a tool. You're a human being first. Like you're a human being first. Like being a useful tool is you're going not even fucking dogs are seen as useful tools. Not even horses are seen as useful tools. They're seen as full like creatures with emotions. But you got, human men talking about, oh, if I can't be useful, I'm nothing. I remember with some old nigga that I said, I remember with some of course he was some Gen X black guy. He's talking, and it was like about this video about, a girl going to the mechanics and she getting, stressed out, started crying, saying it's not fair, I need help. And then the old dude was like, see, that's why you need a man. We're made to be the shield. I was like, the shield? You mean the TV show?
Oh God, I didn't even watch that show.
The shield. I was like, he's like, see, we're made to be the shield against for this stuff. I'm like, the shield, nigga. I hate that shit too. The shield. I was like, the shield. Like you nah. Like I'm not. Like I do not.
Well, how can I put it? I was about to say, now they've actually tried to experiment. And again, you've seen the Survivor episode where they had like a group of men and a group of women. They were both set off on like a stranded island. They were basically forced to survive. The men were able to build their own food and their own water source and whatnot, and the women were basically clinging. The women were like about to die of dehydration after like the third day, and it's like, bro, what?
Well, you know what's funny about that? What's funny about that show is that, like, I think, there was two. There was the one about they were on different islands, and the moment they were on the same island but like separated apart, right? And the latter one, the guys had their stuff together, right? But the girls were fucking up. And what happened was that like the girls started coming over to the guys' camp, asking for help repeatedly, and the guys were like, "Look, we ain't gonna keep on giving you free firewood and free water, all right? You are gonna have to come up off something really quick to get this shit." And I was like, see, and that moment, right? If we took that moment and rewound it 8 million years back, that's where prostitution started.
Yep.
That right there.
That's exactly. I'm like, this is how the
that's where it started. Is that the men were, had something. It may have been small, but he had something where he had a place to lay his head down, and the chick was fucking up, and she was like, "Can I come lay with you?" And I'm like, he's like, "Bitch, I only got space for one in here. Can I come lay with you?" He's like, look. I can't keep giving you my fresh papayas that I barely have any papayas for me. I can't give you what I barely have for free. But go ahead, Kev.
Kev, you there? Kev?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, basically it's like physiologically. How can I put it to this? If you look at psychology, they call this like the women or wonderful effect. Is basically taking the whole, they're kind of somewhat biologically programmed to have a positive emotional bias towards women. Obviously, to like have the desire to want to, to want to help them. Obviously because they bear the children, and that obviously leads to our genetic survival and whatnot. So, but going back to the whole, like I said, being the protector thing is, again, it's like men, where this idea, like I said, being the macho is that you're supposed to sacrifice and be a protector and be a provider. You're supposed to do all this just for morality's sake. You're not supposed to expect any incentives or anything like that in return. That's the problem that I have with it. Is like, it's one thing if it's like, okay, he's doing it, and
and I will return the favor with XYZ.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's they want to.
You want to get that just cause.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like no. Like you said, instead of influence behavior, you could talk all the nationalism and race pride and all this other stuff that you want. The bottom line is this: 3 reasons. Oh, I was about to say, the 3 reasons why people get married. Okay, well, why men get married is this. Okay, number 1 is sexual access consistently, be it from their wife, be it from like a side chick, or both. Number 2 is respect from their peers and community, and number 3 is having a stable environment to raise their children at.
Actually, I think 3 would be to guarantee that child is mine.
Exactly. Yeah. As far as to both guarantee paternal
To
guarantee
paternal rights, like make sure that kid's mine.
Exactly. So whenever you try to mess with those three under any bullshit illusion, you just destroyed the incentive for men to get married. You know, whenever you try to remove the incentives, she's not going to screw you, or you still have to take care of a child that isn't yours, or people are still going to mock you for being a married idiot. Okay, well, hey, I guess I'm not going to get married then. So,
and that's the thing. Like, I don't know when it happened in like within our human timeline, but somewhere along the line, the idea of men doing things and expecting to get things in return for doing them became like a socially frowned upon thing, to where even other men are like, "Oh, you're corny for helping." For not just for helping sake. It's like, no, I'm not helping for free. I don't work for free.
We are mercenaries now. If your femininity has to be, if I need to make 100K, so you're telling me your femininity has to be bought. Well, so does my.
I'm not
protection provision. I guess we're a bunch of mercenaries now.
Yeah, like I say, it's an abuse. It's an abuse of male benevolence. You see, it's primarily when it comes to so-called black men. As far as just like you said, anytime we're showing any degree of compassion, the person that the gynocracy or that racist white people would do is try to abuse the hell out of it, So that's why, they get mad whenever you kind of stop being nice and stop being friendly and cordial with them, because you're supposed to just, like say, you're supposed to just take it on the chin. Yeah.
You're supposed to do shit, like to do it because it's good. Like, no, nigga, pay me. The fuck? Like, you got a flat tire? Okay, I'll need $30 and I'll come right to you.
Fuck $30. I'm gonna need something else. I'm gonna need something else.
Cue the Pornhub intro sound. I wish I could find that. I wish I could find that Bear Grylls clip of when the girls kept coming to the guys' camp because the guys had a fire and shelter and it was raining and shit. And the guys were like, "Look, I'm getting tired of them coming over here, being around us, just sitting everywhere and shit. I'm getting tired of this shit. I'm getting tired of this shit. Like, just being here and shit. Like, look, they gonna need to come off something a little slight." I was like, see, that's where prostitution started right there.
Yeah,
that's where it started.
You can get it for a price.
Yeah, for a price. Like, men had something going on. It may have been small. It may have been even dingy, but they had something. And the women folk in the air like, hey, look, those dudes have a shelter. Hell, those dudes have fire. I want some fire, but I don't got shit as good as fire.
No, you got
pussy, but I got pussy though.
You got something,
but I got pussy though. And I was like, you know what? I'll take the pussy. He's like, you know what? I'll give you some fire for pussy. Yeah, I'll do that trade. And that's where it started. Cause I was like, oh,
we'll take
this
that.
is how. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, that's the reason why, and I think going back to what you said about being lazy, I think that's the reason. That's part of the reason why a lot of these women, say they don't want to get married. It's not that they don't want to get married; it's that they don't want to have to do the work that comes with being married.
They don't want to have to do shit to get shit.
Yeah,
they don't want to work on the
of entitlement.
Yeah, like they don't want to have to get. They don't want to have to actually work to like. It's the same reason why so many women are becoming prostitutes. They don't want to actually have to work, in a regular fashion to get money. They rather sell ass or be a cam girl, whatever the fuck, to get money. Like, it's funny. They'll complain about the evils of they'll complain about the evils of capitalism, right? But then sell their access to their bodies in that manner to maintain a capitalist lifestyle. Like, none of these women who complain about capitalism and become sex workers are have retirement funds.
Exactly.
They're not doing that shit.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason. Yeah, and that's another reason why, again, why they don't want it to be legal is because, again, because most sex workers, like 90% of sex workers, no matter how much money they work, they're going to die poor. Not because they can't make money at it, but rather it's because they don't manage their money well. They're horrible. They're worse than professional athletes and lottery winners when it comes to managing money. Like, it's not at all unusual. You hear stories about women making high 5-figure, 6-figure, 7-figure incomes from sex work and still ended up poor in like 5 to 10 years. And it's like, how the fuck did you blow? You were making $120,000 as like a stripper, or selling ass under the table, and you're broke. How?
Broke. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and you're broke. It's like none of these sex work. And you see it all
More
the time.
money is an opportunity to spend more money, and
Yeah, exactly. You see that shit all the time. You see that shit all the time in porn, where it's like a girl will leave the porn scene, and once she's out of it, she'll talk mad shit about the porn, like, oh, they made me do this, and it was so misogynistic, and blah 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 blah, right? And then when that money dries up, fast forward 6-7 years, she sees on OnlyFans making content, or she's back in the porn game. I'm like, oh wait, you came back? Why did you come back? Oh, because you ran out of cash, huh? You ran out of cash, huh?
Yep, ran it pretty much.
You ran out of money, huh?
You spent all that money?
I'm saying no, for real. Like, they really be spending all that money. They
because,
you know what I mean?
It's crazy. It's like, you're absolutely right. Because I mean, I will give women this. I will give the prostitutes this. When they make when they say that, them doing sex work. I mean, I'm not even gonna say sex work because I want to have that sting. When they say them being prostitutes is a bit of a job, is working a warehouse and shit for a corporation, right? I agree. Yes, I work for a company. I'm selling my body and my labor to that company, just like you're selling your body and your labor to me. So that's the only argument they made. That's like, that is actually a fact. Yes, everyone who isn't a boss is selling their body in exchange for something. I will completely agree with you there. Completely.
Still putting miles on that pussy though.
No, completely. I completely, like, that's the only argument they make that I'm like, yeah, you're right.
I'm like, yeah, but here's the thing: those women that are like put in there, like that are actually working with somebody, and not so. Yes, they're not selling their body, but like it's a different dynamic. It's like they're also.
Yeah, like
it's not that they don't have a point. It's not that they don't have a point, but it's like
there's clearly a nuance to be had, right? But like, it's strictly off the basis of like, we're selling our bodies, and so are you. You're right. I'm selling my time, like the limited time I have on this planet. I give 8 hours of it a day sometimes to a corporation. You're right. The same way you give, 2 hours of your life to some random nigga. You're right.
Or a bunch of them.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is true.
It's a little bit different, but I'm like, but you also become you become less desirable than the women who are working for a company.
It's not even that. It's that I don't leave my job as desensitized to basic human interactions than you do yours.
Then you.
And that's not even a debatable thing.
Still paying, you may be getting faster money, but you're paying a higher price.
Yeah, like that's not even a debatable thing. Like women who engage in sex work and men who consume it heavily desensitize themselves to the basic human interactions, because for some, again, it goes back to those pesky morals we have, is that the moment we start putting number values on intimacy, is the moment we start fucking up how we think. Like, if society can agree that porn is dangerous for the mind, the society can also agree that prostitution and all of its forms are also as dangerous to the mind of the man and the woman.
But if you have no better alternatives to either, because like I said, we have a bunch of women saying if you don't make six figures, I mean, if you have no alternative, I'm fine with it, but I'm like, but then we start asking, all right, well, what's the alternative? And when we start asking what's the alternative, there's no answer.
No, because the alternative would be to control women again. That would be the alternative.
Yeah,
like,
what's the alternative? I guess you're going to have to start putting taxes on these females, but you don't want to do that.
You don't do that, yeah. Because even on that Psycat guy, even one of his videos, he even said it himself is like, yeah, when women have these incredibly high standards that most of them don't even meet themselves.
Yeah.
And because of that, more and more men are getting pushed out of the dating market. Now, there's two ways to do this.
No, they're just dropping out.
Yeah. And he's like, there's two ways to fix this. One would be to reel women back in and make them do certain jobs, etc., which we know we can't. See, that's the thing. Everyone knows that the way women are thinking is out of control. But everyone who's talking about this shit doesn't have the will to corral doesn't have the will to reel these women back in. Like it's like a fucking stampede. You let the buffaloes roam, and now everyone's like, damn, we can't bring them back in.
Nope. And the ones you would want to the ones you want to build the barn for these cows.
Barn. They're
like, killed. I'm not getting anything out of it. So what's the point of still staying?
No, it's not even that. The ones you want to the ones you want to now build a barn around the now encroaching stampede are like, I'm not about to get fucking killed and trampled over to build a barn for this shit.
Yep.
And the Psychic guy said, yeah, like either we reel back in the expectations of women and make them do certain jobs, which we know we can't do ethically, right? Because it'd be fucked up in history. It'd be a really messy thing in history books to say that we gave women all these rights, and then at some point, because shit was going too bad, we took all these rights away from them.
At the same time, there's also something else there because they don't want to reel the women back in. You know what you're saying? So what you're telling me is you're more afraid of the women than you are of men.
No, exactly. Like people are more afraid of having that in history where it's like, yeah, we had to take away rights from women in order to save society. That's really what it is. Or it was.
You already saw that with Roe v. Wade. You saw them about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Roe v. Wade. They started bitching.
Yeah, Roe v. Wade told you that shit, and it's like, so he was like, yeah, it's either we do that to the women, or we invest in the boys. And I was like, my nigga. And I was like, my guy, you already know these governments and these women aren't trying to invest in these boys, because once you invest in these boys, you can't control these boys. And once you can't control these boys, you can't guarantee these boys will be generous with their achievements. You can't guarantee that these boys will look at women and say, okay, I'll carry you through life. You can't guarantee that shit. You can't guarantee that shit. So it's better for you.
Because women are not going to change their nature.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That's what everybody agrees. Women. That's what everybody agrees with. Everyone agrees that the women, you can't change the women. So you have to change the boys. But they know that if you change the boys, these boys are not going to save these women. These boys are not going to take these women off the streets. They're not going to, because the thing about it is that single women cost government money.
That's why they want to keep, but that's why they want to keep them single because they give that money.
It's a double-edged sword because
Yeah.
because the things that they want to keep them single up until a certain point because women don't put back into the system; they take out of it.
Well, they take out more than.
They
Guess
put back.
with the loans, between the loans and the credit card debt.
Look. These corporations know for a fact they're not getting that money back from women. They already know that.
No, they're not getting that money back. Them college loans, they're not getting that money.
Yeah, and that's why all these studies keep coming about men being single because the only way for a long time that those loans were getting paid off was because when men and women got married, their debt became one.
Mm-hmm.
And it was men paying. If you look it up right now, it's funny, right? Because we'll talk about how women have more college debt than men. Did you also know that men who go to college to and accrue debt overall pay back their debt faster than women do?
I think I did see that.
So even amongst college-educated, college graduate women and men, the men who have as much debt as the women still overwhelmingly pay back their debt faster than women do.
I have to look that up. I have to actually.
You look it up. Yeah, there's a reason.
How many men? I think I did. I forgot how many men actually pay back their loans.
There's a reason why all this debt talk is focused on women. Because even with the debt issue,
to pay it back.
Even with the
debt
issue.
I remember. I get thankful for mine. I did look it up. Only 22% actually pay it off. It said only 22% of adults report pay off their student loan debt.
Yeah,
that I did catch. I didn't.
Yeah, most of that's
divide. I didn't check the divide in the gender though.
Yeah, most of that is men. So it's
only 22% actually pay back their loan.
Yeah, so even with the loan shit, men are paying that shit back better than women do, and the only way women were wiping out their debt was through marriage because once you got married, all your finances, including debt, became one. So if a guy was paying off his shit, he'd pay off her shit. Again, governments can't you can't have too many single women because women are less productive than men, and these women will want more welfare. Welfare isn't free. Welfare comes from something, which is correction. Welfare comes from the taxes, and if less men are working, or correction, if less men are working more, if men are working less overtime than they usually do, that means you have less money to tax to give as welfare.
Yep. But yeah, I remember reading that. I was like, yeah, I was looking because they kept talking about because I was looking that up when they were talking about how, like you're saying, more single women are buying houses. I'm like, and that's funny. I saw the post because men are like, yeah, because they're getting them in divorce.
That part too.
I was like, yeah, because they're getting them in divorce, but nobody's talking about how they're getting it.
That part too.
Divorce.
It's through divorce, through welfare programs again, which is what tax dollars. Most of the tax dollars are provided through men working. But if less men are working overtime, that's less tax dollars, which is less subsidized housing. Again, single women.
Yeah,
you can't have too many single women. You can't. You really can't.
It's already bad enough. It's like so you add that up. So when you add that up, the average college loan is 28 grand. The average house as of today is $428,000. So a single female is already coming to you $500,000 in debt.
Exactly.
She's already coming to you with $500,000 in debt.
Exactly. That she has no intention of paying down.
Now women are arguing and talking about, well, that's not your responsibility. I'm like, in the sense it is, because
You're talking because now you're going to be looking to me to pay more bills, more household bills, because you want to focus on paying on a loan that you're never going to pay back. By the way,
exactly. That's the
you
trap.
don't think that's a strain? In some way, that in another way, that is a strain.
That's the trap. That's why all these publications are like, oh, men aren't marrying. Why do you care that men are marrying? Why?
Yeah.
Why do you care that men aren't marrying when women are divorcing men 80% of the time? Why do you care that men aren't marrying when women are out here saying that marriage is a scam? Tell me why you care that men are. Why? Mm-hmm. If women are saying that marriage is a scam, why are you worried that men are marrying women? Why?
$348,000. Yeah, the average price of a home in the U.S. is $348,000 in 2022. Almost $400,000. $350,000, and then on top of that, she's coming to you with 20. Average college loan is 28 grand.
And these women are planning to die with that debt. If they don't pay it off, they're gonna die with that debt. Simple as that. If they don't pay it off, they are more than happy to die with that debt.
Actually, yeah. At the end of 22, the average federal student loan debt was 30. Actually, it's up. It's $37,000. Yep. $37,574. So that's more.
And mind you, the majority of that is on women.
Yeah, majority of that is women. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know that's majority.
So
22% of adults are paying that back.
Yeah, and I was about to say when it comes to so-called black women, it's about 41,000.
Yeah, 41. And I remember of that 22% that's paying them back, the majority of that is men.
I didn't dig that. I didn't dig that deep, but it makes sense saying that. It makes sense.
No, it was on. I can actually pull it up. There's a video on it. Wait, because as much as many things as I have a back and forth with Abba and Preach with, they did a video on this, and it was a video about a news report. And in the news report thing, they spoke about how, on average, the men who go to college are paying back their loans faster than the women are. So
not that many men are going to college, but when they do, they pay their loans faster.
They pay back faster. Yeah, they pay back faster. So like, no matter how you cut this shit up,
y'all can't do shit right.
It's fuckery. Yeah, no matter how you slice and dice this shit, it's USDA approved fuckery.
Yeah, I remember I was having a conversation earlier today. We were talking about something else, and I was bringing up the fact that it's funny they talk about suicide. I'm like, women attempt suicide 3 to 4 times more than men do. We're just more efficient at it.
How are y'all doing tonight? I hope you guys are doing good. My name is
Alicia,
and you probably know me by now. I am the mentor.
Skip this.
You can't be that one, right? You can't be the one down.
You heard this video? Okay, here we go.
We already covered it.
We already covered it, but I'm curious if you feel like something changed.
Oh wait,
plastic. If you guys haven't.
This is one of the old videos. Let me mind. Wait, it's a rehash. Wait, let me find it. It's like an older video. Like it won't take that long. Wait.
I saw their reaction. They were reacting to one of Courtney Ryan's videos when the chick was talking about dude got to make $300,000.
Yeah, the only reason why that video isn't as bad, the way you're talking about, is because apparently all those girls come from wealthy families. Yeah,
it makes sense. It makes sense.
So I'll give them a complete.
They had to though. They
had to. Yeah, like.
The numbers they had before they had to.
Yeah, like if it was some, middle class women saying that shit, bruh.
But then again, I mean, that's just her show. But that's just her show.
That's just her show. Yeah,
that's just her show though. We have Fresh and Fit, and we got Kevin.
Yeah.
we got years of Fresh and Fit shows of these women. We got years of shows of Kevin. So it's like her show was okay. Well, okay. So the chick's actually coming from Wealth talking about that shit. That still don't change the numbers.
Nope. And the thing about it is that even in that Corey Ryan video, she literally played it out saying, "Hey, look, you realize that the men who you're looking for are like 3% population, right? And that all of you want these same men." And one of the girls said, "Okay, I'll still be able to get one." And I was like, "These bitches are insane. Like these bitches are insane. Like you still think you can get one, huh?" Like it's
man, that is the bargain. They have to. They have to, but they have to believe. You can't
like
take that away from them. That's why Kevin got so much hate, because he was robbing them of the belief, the fantasy.
Like it is just,
he was robbing them of the fantasy. That's why they hated him so much.
It is just like it's I mean, I gotta give him that credit, bro. Like the indomitable spirit to think you're that different is just something else to behold. Like you really think you're the one, huh? There's 40 girls in the room that want two guys, and you think you're gonna get them.
then we get to asking, like, why should he want you?
Yeah, exactly. Like you there's 40 girls in the same room with you, and you think you're the one, huh? Right? You think you're gonna beat out the 40 girls to get him, and then mind you, you'll want him to be monogamous, to you.
Yeah, I like the way that TK Kirkland said it when he was interviewed by DJ Vlad. He's like, "Listen, I can either be faithful or I can pay all the bills, but I'm not doing both." And I'm like, that makes sense. Yep,
I love that video.
Yep, I loved it. I'm like,
he put it out simply. He's like, look, you want me to pay all the bills and only want you, bitch? You're bugging. You are sniffing weapons grade copium. Where is this damn video at? Like, well, but that shit was hilarious. It was like, where? Let me find this. Let me.
I know while you're searching for the video, man, but yeah, like as far as talking about, like I said, the woman when it comes to marriage or debt, again, and I said this to myself, I'm like, listen, when women walked away from their families, when we were being deadbeats, when women are, screwing around with members of the opposite sex, people made excuses for it, people praised it. It's only when men gave up on family and relationships that society thought it was a problem,
Because again, men are the remote can have missing buttons as long as the batteries still work.
Pretty much.
That's really what it is. The remote can have missing buttons as long as the battery still wants to work. People like instead of folks getting new batteries, they'll put the old dead ones in the fridge to try and get a charge out of it.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I was about to say, again, so it's like, when they talk about how they're leading the community, how they're doing all this charity job, and they're just doing so much better, it's like, you're doing better than men that are homeless. Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
And unemployed for like an extended period of time. Yeah, you're doing better than those men. But for men that are gainfully employed, especially, if they have like a skilled trade or whatnot, like, no, you're not. Like, those guys are running laps around you.
Again, like, and that's really the downfall.
which is why you got to go get a business.
That's really the downfall of women having entered the workforce with men, because it's like, okay, so now you have to compete with me for the same job, and you think I'm gonna take it easy on you because you're a woman. Fuck no.
Mm-mm.
And that's where all the assistance comes in, and the lowered standards come in to help women overcome the fact that a guy will work those extra hours. I'll stay at the job site an extra 2 hours, sure.
Women take more.
She'll go home. She'll go home at directly at 10 o'clock. He'll stay till 11:30.
Yep, exactly.
Who's gonna get paid more? And the promotion, who?
Yeah, the guy. And that's what they hate about people debunking the wage gap. It's like they still promote this wage gap bullshit, and it's been debunked 1,000 times already. They will not let that shit go.
It's already been debunked because the crazy part is you keep conversating long enough that the women will be like, well, 40% of women are bread earners. Be like, oh, so is there a wage gap or isn't there?
No, there is a wage gap, but we're still earning. This is what it's y'all. But there's still a wage gap, though.
No, you can't have it both ways. Get the fuck out of here. Is there a wage gap or is there not?
Well, you already know that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna be like, no, there's still a wage gap, but some of us are like, no, bitch, no. It's either y'all are in poverty or you're not. Pick one.
Are you oppressed or are you not? How are so many of you oppressed, but 40% of you are the breadwinners at home?
Like the shit is.
I need you to make a decision.
Did they take that video down? They probably didn't take that video down. I can't even find the shit. They probably, because I I remember they got a lot of hate from black women in that video, so they probably didn't take that down, because I think it was the news reporter that got lit up was a black woman in that report. She got lit up. She was like, she even said, I'm gonna be by myself.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think you're talking about that news report, but you were talking about when those dudes was going back and forth for that news anchor.
Yeah, like even on the video here. Wait, I'll play. Let me just play it.
Oh yeah, she said I can do bad all by myself. I'm like,
yeah,
well,
even the video. And mind you, that's a whole news anchor. Oh wait, did
okay,
let me.
Yeah, sorry about that. I accidentally hit backwards in the StreamYard. I'm like, oh crap. I had to come back in. Oh man, I hate when that happens.
I'll just show it here so like maybe you can see it, because I can't find the original video. Okay.
You can't be that one, right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal, and because you're dating down. Right?
Oh yeah.
Dating down. You remember this video? We covered this a while back, and I think it's so interesting. I'm curious if you think this is one of our earlier videos.
We already covered it.
We already covered it, but I'm curious if you feel like something changed. So this one's a classic. If you guys haven't seen this one, it's good.
Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say they are finding it very hard to find a man who makes as much as they do.
Because they want to do less work.
That the country's declining marriage rate is due to the lack of financially eligible bachelors.
It's like I said, it's that their standards are too high.
It's not even standards. They want it's because they want to be with someone who they can do less work.
Why does his income matter? I'm like, you could find somebody. Why does his income matter? Why does his income mean
if your income is so good, why are you looking for someone else to have your best income?
Yeah.
Why
does that man have to make as much money or more than you?
You want to know why? Because you want to do less.
Exactly, because
that's what it is. They want men who are doing so good that they can be with him and do less. It's literally some
you
like
want the man to come in and make your life easier.
Exactly, it's literally some like underhanded parasite shit. Like do more than me.
The crazy part
so
is they won't admit it.
They won't admit it. They won't admit it. That's the thing.
Right, and then they want to be monogamous with the guy. They want to shame him into being monogamous with them. It's like no, if I'm paying 100% of the bills, and I'm expected to treat you with respect and kindness, and I'm expected to give you random gifts, and I'm expected to do all the stuff for you, you should be sucking me off for giving me some pussy like clockwork.
I think about the thing. What was crazy is that, and then these same women are looking for a man to do more than them financially, but then will come up here and cry about, oh, I do more domestic work than him. That's the part. That's the con right there.
Exactly. It's like, especially if he's exactly. It's like if he's doing if he's paying 100% of the bills. Bitch, of course you're going to be doing more domestic work. Duh.
And
that's the trade-off.
But the crazy part is, there's another trick back to it too, because then they'll talk about a man not making 40 grand. They big a man making 40 grand, 37. Well, that's not even above poverty level. Okay, cool. So, in other words, if a man comes through is making six figures, you're pretty much going to be working any damn way. So his income is going to mean 40 hours or working 20.
Yeah, it's literally a con.
Yeah, it's a whole con. I'm like, but if you're working 20 hours, that means you're gonna be home doing the housework.
Okay, wait, let's face the video.
In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and lack of good jobs out there have left the ladies single and disgruntled. And researchers say they are seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, a man who
dating down. Remember this video? Yeah. Remember this video? Yeah. It was one of our first videos that went viral. Yeah. And I want to rewatch it just with a different lens years later. Just curious to see if anything that you think about it changes or if you have a deeper appreciation for what happens. Let's go. But guys, women don't want to date down. They want to date up, which means they want you to date down.
The black dude is not doing
who I say all that. This is just the reality of it. So women, we're more educated now, and I think that we're furthering our education. So with that being said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job, really career driven. And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
So, okay.
Go ahead, Lord.
All right. So before, right, it was okay when the man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't.
Yeah, you breathing with your mouth, bro?
You can't be the one to pay
for
the meals.
Oh,
so you breathing with your mouth, bro? Yeah.
No, I have a whole back of my bad. Don't chew some gum. My bad.
Dating down.
Yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating down.
Right. Yeah.
He's about to.
Look at the woman's reaction when he's like, I don't like that.
I don't like that. No, you don't like that, but that's what it is. You wanted all the
Hey, you know what they say? Lies are sweet, but the truth, that bitch is bitter.
It comes from the back door. Pow! Pause.
Yeah, you have to say that. You said back door, like, nigga, that's gay.
She was not expecting it. It came through her back door. She was not fucking expecting it. Raw dogging it.
No Vaseline.
The way he came in.
I mean, he raises a good point. Yeah.
God damn it. You need to get that YouTube Plus. Okay.
I think now that society has changed and women are killing it. Women are outpacing men when it comes to education. In some cities, women are even out earning men. You're seeing all these like societal shifts happening, but it's hard to let go of some of those old standards. So it's interesting hearing the term dating down now, because in the past we never really kind of saw it that way. So it's interesting that women kind of still hold on to that term, because it shows you that women value men obviously for their financial ability or their education level, whereas men never really saw it that way. And so there's no idea of dating down back then. And so it just speaks to how society understands what women are looking for generally when it comes to these partners, and it's reinforced by stats.
I have a feeling though that some of the issue
But
here
women
is that
don't
it
want,
may
but
be the
that's my
psyche of the men
problem.
that when they
Women don't want partners. How is it dating down when women want partners? Don't want partners. So either you want a partner, so it's either you get a partner or you're dating down. So why is it you have to prefer? So why does the man income matter so much if you want a partner?
Because the man's income matters because she wants to get with someone who she can do less with.
And that is my
it's a whole con.
That's why it's all bullshit what they just said and the bullshit that Destiny says. That's why it's bullshit. I'm like, it does matter.
Well, here's the thing. This is like inceptional bullshit, right? Because Destiny will deny that what they're saying is even true, even though they're reacting to a video where the women are saying they're dating down because of money. That's what makes it crazier. Destiny will straight up tell you most women don't think this, even though they're reviewing a video of a study by Cornell University where it says, yes, in fact, most women do feel this way.
And he'll still refute it. I'm like, you're worse than the women.
And Destiny will sit there and lie and say no.
Destiny annoys the fuck out of me. I'm like, dude, you are worse than these women, bro.
No, women don't do that. Even though like there's study after study saying no, women purposely seek out men that make more than they do.
But then he'll make that argument and be like, well, is that really rude in reality? We know it's not rude in reality. We're simply telling you that's what it is. They're saying what they want.
That's what they want, exactly.
We're telling you that's what they want. We're not talking about whether the reality of getting it or not. We're simply saying this is what they want. You can talk about how full of shit they are and how it's not really reality. Yes, it's true. That doesn't stop them from wanting it.
Exactly.
That's the whole point with Destiny. I'm like, it goes further with the women. The point where Destiny doesn't want to see the fact that they're telling you what they want. Are they realistic? No.
Destiny is a benevolent sexist.
For real.
He doesn't think women are.
He's the one that hates women.
Yeah. He doesn't think that women are lesser to him, but he doesn't believe that when they say things that he doesn't personally believe, and he also is more than willing to remove their agency to avoid them the ability to be held accountable. He's a benevolent sexist. Yeah. Essentially, it's like this. It's like a regular sexist would be like, women are too stupid for this. Destiny sexist would be like, oh well, how would a woman ever know that's not like he'd be like, how is a woman supposed to even know that that's wrong? They aren't smart enough to do that.
I'm like, last time I checked, they were buying. They were buying smartphones with the access to the same information we do.
Okay, wait. Let's finish this out. Let's finish this out.
Make less. Yeah. They are insecure, and it kind of
didn't I tell you? Mm-hmm. Didn't I say it?
Now they're insecure.
Didn't I say it? If I'm with you and you make more than me, I'm divorcing you because you made the lion's share of the money, but I did the lion's share of the domestic work. If I make more than you, I divorce you because you're insecure.
And no one's brought up that stat yet. I'm waiting for Rollo to bring that up. He hasn't.
No, it's in this video. They bring up in this video.
So yeah, I guess my question would be: so are these women expecting the men to cover everything? They want those breadwinners, so they.
That's what it sounds like to me by this particular study. I have to date down now. Mm-hmm. What is that? You wanted to make more money?
Look at her face. Her face is amazing.
You wanted to make more money? What's the problem?
You are gorgeous, man. But you are mad.
See it too. You don't. Some of us is mad. She don't like that.
Oh, we can't see the video now.
Ease.
So what happened?
We can't see.
Yeah, we can't see the video.
Oh shit! Did that come off? Damn it! Wait. Fuck.
Nah, just play the last. I don't know if the video is coming to an end.
Oh no, I think it's like click the stop button under my bad.
Good.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Oh, it's
No,
still-
we're doing better, so we want better. No, you want to do better. You want. This is the thing, okay? Women wanted to be equal as men, okay? Therefore, you're gonna have to do equality things. You understand? You want to do equal? The future is female. Then pay the bills. I'll stay home with the kids. How about that? Work the job. No, you don't get a maternity leave. I get a paternity leave. You go. That's what you wanted.
You better get divorced.
You the future now.
Yep.
You better get
Oh,
divorced.
no, that's you. That's you. No, I'll go be a secretary. You go build the city. You go in the sewers and work that job. No, that's you. That's what you want.
No, that's you.
That's you.
He's gonna come in all that.
Right. But they're not doing it. But then you look, they're not
You
doing it.
want that? You get that.
Get it.
They're still not
You
doing
wanted
it.
to make more money. You make more money. What's the if there is a responsibility with making more money? First of all, I don't believe in any of it. But if there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money.
Look at her face.
Did you see? You wanted to make more money.
Right.
You know, are you going to find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
And my point is, so now you're going to, because we hear so much about women that are like, oh, there's nobody out there. There's no one out there. I can't find love. I'm getting too old. Now you're going to sacrifice the fact that you could find that love because the man's not making that much money and you're going to date down.
All right.
No,
They're wrapping us. I have a feeling this is going to be our morning rush, actually.
I
We
could
have
do
a
bad by
lot
myself.
left to say. All right, time now, 5:11.
Oh, you petty ass. You petty
I
ass.
feel like this is going to be our morning rush, actually.
I
We
could
have a
do bad by
lot
myself.
left to say.
Well,
All
like
right,
you
time
said,
now,
again, they're
5:11.
just using their own logic against them.
All right.
The whole logic against them. I'm like, so now you can't
live by
find
myself. I can do bad by myself.
Yeah.
And that's where Samuels comes in.
Buy a dog and die.
You are uniquely
No, but look at. I want you to bet what the first comment is on this video.
Yeah, let me see the comment. I know the female's feeling some way.
You see that first comment?
Where is it? The pin.
Yeah, the pin
Men
one.
are dying alone. Men are majority in nursing homes. Kevin died alone. Oh yeah, I remember that shit.
Let me zoom in.
Oh, there
See
go
that?
your comment right there.
Oh, wait,
Like, but men have never cared. Men have been dying alone.
Men have always died alone.
Men have
See,
died
see,
alone. Even the most affluent, most strongest men, Genghis Khan, Alex the Great, they all died alone.
You see the first comment?
Men are dying
Men
alone.
died alone. Majority of Kevin died alone.
Oh yeah, they had smoke for that one.
Congrats! You realize that loneliness impacts other women. Also, Kevin didn't die alone. The man died with a thick Latina woman.
He did,
Yep.
man. You see that Latina chick, man?
Exactly. So it's like, yeah.
See
So
what-
it's
see
like,
what I'm saying? Like it's a con. It's a con on the con.
yeah. And like I said, what upsets him is the fact that, again, is if you're a guy, if you're able to,
Translation. Zoom in on that one that says translation.
Oh, okay. Let me translation. And of course, look at the name: feminine mind, feminine divine mind. 747. What she said was translation. We won't admit we were duped by feminism, and the financial success we have reached is no marker on the fulfillment we receive in life, nor does it indicate the quality of a man's character. So to date down financially will disrupt the fact that the way we value ourselves has so much more to do has so much to do with our careers and little to do with.
Doesn't say. Yeah, I guess it'd probably be ourselves as people or some shit like
But
that.
that's a lie. No one tricked you, bitches.
No one tricked you. No one
exactly.
tricked us.
No. No. What happens is that, again, is that they just didn't want to fully accept the consequences and trade-offs that came with it. That's all that it was.
You had no foresight. You saw.
No one tricked y'all.
No one tricked you.
Y'all had this angst against, like Patrice O'Neal said, a lot of women hate being women.
You made it, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
True.
And going back to your point,
As now you pay for it,
and going back to your point, as we talk about, having easier lives. That's part of the reason why, during in like chattel slavery, why you had, a lot of these like mammies and bed wenches that were eager to do so, is because, again, to be a free woman during that time means you had to share farm work with your husband. You know what I mean? Like, if you guys owned your own land, you know what I mean? You had to do a lot of that manual labor along with your husband. Now, he would have to do like the hard labor, like, digging and stuff like that, and lifting hay. You would have to like milk the cows or like plant the seeds.
I think this is it. Yeah, here's
Yeah.
the original video. Here's the original video. Here's the original video. Here's the original video. Maybe in this original one they have the stats. Because I forgot where I heard it, but
Ranger, supplies and solutions for every industry. I'm Jake McCambly. I'm 29 years old. I studied psychology for 4 years. Jackson, New Hampshire, and I'm a software engineer for ZenCare.co. I was interested in building websites when I was looking for a boot camp.
We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and it looked like the fellas had a lot to say about it. Finding love is not that easy, right? And it's especially hard in this economy. And guess what? Many women say
are looking for
it's
help.
very hard to find a man.
Looking for help.
In turn, the gig or small gigs economy and
with their dating down. Okay. But she acknowledged that the fact that it was wrong and it was probably a joke. So I'm gonna give her that.
Okay.
And
All
really,
right, listen, it was in the prompt, right?
I mean, she's fine, but that's a bitch right there.
Yeah, until she opens her mouth. There's a lot of pretty.
Yeah, she's fine.
Until they start talking.
Furthering our education.
They
So
start
with that being
talking.
said, we're going to hold off on the baby making. We're going to hold off until we get that great job, really career driven.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with hoping that there's someone either on your level or higher than you.
Nope. It's not a joke.
So, okay. Go ahead, Lord Doctor.
All right.
So before, right, it was okay.
I love how he had to wipe his forehead first. Like, he had to be like, okay, let me just get the right mindset.
let's break this down.
Let's break this shit down.
The man made more money to be the one to buy everything, to do, treat you and all this other kind of stuff. And now that you make more money, you can't be that one. Right? You can't be the one to pay for the meal and because you're dating down.
No. Dating down. I hate that. But he has a point.
Hey, listen.
But he has a point.
Hey, do your thing with a man.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that. Yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating.
You know what?
I think that this face perfectly models. Man be like, what are you talking about? And a girl being like, I got caught.
Yep.
It's not equality I want.
Because you're dating down.
I hate that. Yeah.
What is that about? It wasn't called dating down.
Right.
Yeah.
When men were the breadwinners and all that. It's called down. Now it's dating down.
Yeah.
What is that?
I have a feeling though that some of the issue here is that it may be the psyche of the men that when they make less, they are insecure and it can affect their relationship.
Women complaining about the fact that now I gotta get it.
You try to do the whole flipperoonie.
Nah.
They did not.
Bruh, like this like it's textbook. It's page 1,
Textbook.
paragraph 2.
Textbook. I swear to God, the first thing you want to do is attack his mindset.
Exactly.
Like,
it's
the
page,
reason why we are talking about this shit in the first place.
Yeah, like you said.
it's
like you
page
said,
1,
again.
paragraph 2.
Again, like you said, it's that again. I can respect, like you said, like I said before. I don't hold it against a woman, who says, okay, listen, she wants, a man to take care of, handle the majority of the bills or handle all the bills, and she's willing to do the domestic housework, or she's willing to look the other way. I also don't hold it against a woman, who's a bona fide hoe, who's just snatching directly in exchange for money or gifts. But again, it's mostly so-called enlightened and liberated women are the ones that try to straddle the fence.
They want to be sophisticated whores. No.
Exactly. Like you said, sophisticated, acculturated prostitutes.
Like no, like if you make more than me, I divorced you because I did more housework than you. If you make less than me, I divorced you because you're insecure. Like, all right, Okay.
You trying to do the whole flipperoonie? Well, it's really because of you. The way you. No, we not complaining. You is about dating down.
I guess my question would be: so, are these women expecting the men to cover everything? They want those breadwinners.
Yes, yes, bitch. Do you want that?
I have to date down now.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? You wanted to make more money. You make more money.
Look at
if there's a responsibility with making more money. First of all, I don't believe in any of it. But if there's a responsibility that comes with making more money, accept it. You wanted to make more money.
Look at her face.
She's mad as hell, bro. Oh my goodness. I wonder if she's still single because it was like 2 years ago.
Right. You know, are you going to find many men out there that makes as much as you do?
And my point is, so now you're going to, because we hear so much about women that are like, oh, there's nobody out there. There's no one out there. I can't find love. I'm getting too old. Now you're going to sacrifice the fact that you could find that love because the man's not making that much money and you're going to date down.
All right. They're robbing us. I have a feeling this is going to be our morning rush extra.
I could do bad by myself.
Left to say. All right, time now, 5:11. Let's.
Oh, you petty ass. You petty ass.
And, you know, I think the idea that you're dating down because someone makes less than you is kind of weird because people can contribute to relationships in ways other than just financially. Me and Preach do not have the same roles in this partnership, right? But we both contribute to it in ways that are very, very meaningful. And as a result, we value what the other person brings.
I wouldn't say it's different.
Down or whatever because someone doesn't have a specific skill set that I have. The same way I don't have his skill set
again,
in certain areas.
It's like you said, you're two grown men. Neither one of you are looking for the other to carry your load.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
You're two grown men.
You're gonna.
We have an honor system. We have an honor system. We have there's an unsaid understanding between men.
To do your share, and I'll do mine.
Yeah, to do your share and do mine. Women don't have that.
Women don't have that.
They always expect you to do more.
No, they always expect you to do your full share and
your
part of their share.
Yes, which is more. They always expect you to do more. And if you can't do more, and if you can't do more, they're settling or they're settling.
Yeah, they're settling. You can't do
myself.
More.
Exactly. Yeah. Like you said, you know, the difference between women, you know, having the right to vote and property rights and divorce rights and stuff now, as opposed to say, you know, hundreds of thousands of years ago, is that again, it's like back then. The woman, no matter what, she still had a duty to her tribe and to her family. So she couldn't use I'm a woman, I have a vagina to like not do any work, because first the men would check her, but before the men checked her, other women would check her on her bullshit. You know what I mean?
Man, my guy, back then,
you
had to work to eat.
Exactly.
No one's this idea, how the fuck
ain't nobody getting no free food.
Like how the fuck are people gonna say that before the era of refrigerated food that women were being housewives? It's like
women have been working for the longest.
Y'all had to work everywhere. We weren't eating food that night if we didn't work.
Exactly.
Get out of here.
What the hell y'all get all talk about this whole working thing? And then y'all still, the thing is, you still don't make more than the average man. The average man still makes more.
Like this shit is retarded.
Because women don't want to date down, not just financially, but in other ways. Women want to date men who are taller than them. Women want to date men who are their age or older. And women generally date men who have their income level or above. That is a fact.
And what we like,
it's not me saying this.
And what do we like?
These are known statistics. And I'm not judging. I'm not saying women.
Don't tell Destiny that. He'll tell you that you're lying. He'll tell you that's a minority of women that do that shit.
So you're lying. He'll go to the straw man. He'll bring up the straw. He'll bring up the straw man and be like, well, how many women are actually getting that? I'm like, that's not the point.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
That's not the point.
Like with guys like Destiny, you have to overtly confront them and say, listen, bro, you're being a debate, bro, making up a bullshit straw man. That's not what I said. Stop taking my words out.
It's not even a debate. That's the thing about
Destiny. It's not even a debate,
we're giving him a title he's not even good at.
It's not even a debate, bro. It's just again, Destiny is a benevolent sexist.
Yes, he's not that good at it.
Like he doesn't believe women are stupid idiots. He just believes women are too stupid to think.
Yes.
It's like
and using straw man arguments. That's not a good debater.
Like it's literally like liberal racism. Oh, the niggers.
Yeah, exactly.
The niggers don't have IDs. How can they vote? The
Exactly.
niggers don't have IDs. Like it's just liberal. It's liberal racism. Like how can we expect the niggers to vote? They can't have IDs. Come on, guys.
Exactly.
Like
yep.
That's what it is.
And I said this before. It's like the irony between tradcons and feminists that they both sing the praises of women and women are so virtuous in this, but then when it comes time to holding women accountable for flaws and fuck ups, suddenly both of them act like every woman. Every woman's
women don't know what they're doing.
Yeah,
exactly.
They're too dumb.
And say what you want about Pearl, because everybody got this smoke for Pearl. But I'm like, at least Pearl admits that. At least Pearl. At least that's how much I'll give Pearl. Pearl admits that. Pearl be like, it's like they want us to be stupid.
Yeah, like you said, it's like, either women are just these, infallible goddesses, or they're like these mentally retarded mouth breathers.
It's a bit of both, depending on the subject.
It's like, what the fuck?
I'm not saying that. No. I'm saying these are the standards that women generally live by.
We are shallow on different things. We know that. Men and women, but on different shit. You is, hey, must be the money. Us is, hey, must be that booty.
Sorry. What do you say to the women who say, yeah, we date men who are taller than us or above because of the fact that men don't feel comfortable dating women who are taller than them?
It's bullshit.
I personally don't, but I understand that there's something like that.
There's definitely some men who feel uncomfortable.
But it's not the majority.
It's a fucking
and one thing all tall women tell me is that they get annoyed when really short guys.
Exactly. It's not even.
Why are you wasting your time? So what that indicates to me,
it's not even like that whole insecure about height shit. It's not even like it's so small it can't even matter.
Yes, it's
most
so
women,
that's about as insignificant as when they bring up great, like pregnancy resulting from grape. It doesn't
exactly.
matter.
Like, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, it's there, but like, it doesn't matter. No, overwhelmingly, tall women don't like the only way a taller woman is gonna want a tall guys, a shorter guys in their three conditions. Either he has status or money.
Average woman's height is 5 feet and 4 inches.
Yeah, like it's the only way a tall woman is gonna want like a shorter guy is either one of three ways. Either he has above average money or status.
Exactly.
He just looks that damn good.
Exactly.
Or he has a big dick. It's one of those three.
Usually gotta be 2 out of 3. It's gotta be.
Yeah, I was about to say yeah.
It's one of those.
Gotta be 2 out of 3. It can't just be one. It can't just be one.
It's a combination of those three things. Like that's the only way she'll overlook that height difference. He's like, hey, look, he got status and a foot long dick, or he got status and he just looks that good, or he looks that good and his dick is big. It's one of those two combinations.
That's the reason.
Yeah,
I was about to say, that's the reason why like I never got caught up too much in the height thing, because it's like, if you look at like most rappers are between 5'5" and 5.
Short and ugly. They're short and ugly.
Yeah.
No hold on. Most of them, like outside of Drake and J. Cole, all the rest are like 5 foot. Kendrick is 5'7". But you know if he was
Nas is like 5'9". Yeah.
But if they weren't married, they'd be swimming. They'd be drowning if they weren't married. If Kendrick wasn't a married man, he'd be drowning.
There aren't a bunch of short men who aren't willing to date tall women. It's that the tall women just don't want them.
I've never seen a tall woman go to a short man and be like, hey you, and rubbing it in. Like, what are you doing tonight?
And side note, it should be illegal for women to wear heels because you can't on one hand complain about not finding men who are taller than you, and then for some reason make yourself arbitrarily taller for a few hours when you go out where you're supposed to meet men, and then you eliminate men. That doesn't make any sense.
You're supposed to be
Yeah, that makes
you're
sense.
supposed to be 3 feet tall, and you're 6 foot, 7 foot, 8 foot tall.
If anybody should be wearing heels in this world, it's men. Men should be the only ones allowed to wear heels. It should be us niggas going around like.
I think what they said about high heels, if I'm not mistaken, as a side note, I think they said that originated from like butchers, to keep the blood.
So they wouldn't be stepping in fucking carcasses.
Exactly.
Bro,
Basically, like before they had boots.
Yeah, before boots.
Listen, boo boo. Hey, usually they call me gay. They're about to go in.
What? You guys you've never put on your shoes and you're too lazy to slip on the back. So you put your heel on the back end of the shoe and you feel and you start dragging your foot like,
yeah,
you got your purse.
Yeah, bro. You start dragging, all right.
Stop following me.
Bro, what the?
If you only date people at your level or above, and if men are only used to dating women who are beneath them in terms of income level, you are inherently making your field of play really small. The opportunities that you're going to have.
And that's why I said men are the main drivers of evolutionary dating, because women, by virtue of their own laziness, are essentially making it so that it's really only exceptional men who pull the species forward. Exceptional men and mediocre women are pulling the species forward. That's really what it is. If all these
because that actually makes sense, because why are some of the most beautiful women in the world that are not celebrities are single?
Exactly. And the single and those beautiful women and the ugly women and the average women will all lay down with Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. They will all lay down with him for the same. They all want the same thing from the same guys.
Overwhelming, someone's like, not all, the overwhelming majority.
The overwhelming majority. Overwhelming is the same thing. It's the same reason why old women get mad at old men dating young women, because both young women and old women want the same thing from old men. Yep. Security and resources.
The difference is you old ass women don't have nothing to barter with.
No, nothing to barter with. Yeah, but both parties want the same thing from the same guys. That's why one of them gets mad over it.
But that's my problem with this whole thing. I'm like, you overvalue women's sexual strategy and their wants and needs, and you underestimate men's.
Yes.
This is what happens. So everything that you see men do and y'all start bitching about it, this is what happens when you underestimate.
It's really sad. It's really sad because in a real way, women are the architects of their own dating problems. If they would date on their level, they would have men to get. No. the only people who are actually, like, if you notice, the only people not complaining about how fucked up dating is right now are those men at the top. They're like, look, I get to have the pussy when I need it, and then when I'm done having fun, I get to have monogamy. Shit, because that's what it really is. When they're done having fun, when all these NBA players are done running through, hallways of bitches, it'll be okay. Now I want to settle down. Now I'll settle down.
If there are 100 women who make $50,000 and there are 100 men who make $50,000, right? If these 100 men only date women beneath their income level, they're not going to look at you, right? So you're going to have to look at the income level above, generally speaking, okay?
Well, let me read the comments.
If you are trying to date men who make, let's say, 80K, right? But there's only 50 of them and there's 100 women here making 50K, then yeah, there's going to only be 50 men for those 100 women.
Oh,
And here's the
shit,
worst
it's
part.
almost 1
Those
a.m..
50 men don't necessarily want to date you. They may want to date women who are making 10K or 20K. They don't give a fuck because they're not looking at income level when they choose their partner. And so if you're only dating men who are above you or at your level, you are severely limiting the potential partners that you may have based only on how much money they make and how much they can bring. And I don't want
and they you know what they're gonna do, and then you know what they're gonna do is that and then when these women who can't these women who are always average and mediocre get those results of when these D3 women get the results of not getting accepted into a D1 college, don't get accepted, you know what they'll do? They'll go and pay for in vitro and become deliberate single moms because they wasted all that time trying to be D1 when they're D3, D4 and shit. Fucking Euro League.
anyone in the comments to say that financial security is not really important because 70 to 91% of all divorces come and are initiated by women, and majority of those divorces are done for financial reasons, for financial security. A lot of people are finding it hard to date, and I'm like, if it is hard for you, why would you make it extra difficult by adding these extra barriers to you finding a partner?
People I know is like, yeah, I'm sick and tired of being lonely. I'm sick and tired of being lonely. Well, they that dude, he's not tall enough. They that dude, he's too light. They that dude, he's got a belly. They that dude, oh, he used to be a fat dude. They that. And I'm not even exaggerating. That's what the person.
Wait, he used to be a fat dude. That's crazy.
Girl, the problem is not them. The problem is you.
But yeah, we want to get your thoughts. Do you guys disagree with
it's the narrative is that again it's a man's responsibility, a man's duty to make her happy, which is insane.
No, it's that a real man would overcome her standards.
Like, I will pay like 50-50, but I'd rather pay 50-50 on like bills and stuff.
See,
and have
you want to pick and choose.
My partner pay for.
You are a 3. I don't know who the fuck are you talking about. Look
like,
at her.
If we go to the restaurants or whatever, doesn't mean that you pay more.
Yes, it is.
That
is you pay more, bitch. What do you mean? That's not we pay. If you wanted me to pay for all the fun we both enjoy, but you only pay half of the bills we need to survive, that is me paying more because I'm paying 150. You're paying 50%.
But this is my
basic
problem.
math.
We keep going back to money, but looking at her from a man's perspective, dude, she's growing a mustache.
I mean, she's Hispanic. It's part of this part.
It's like just not that she's Hispanic. She has look at her jawline, the way her
Hispanic,
face. She looks like a fucking man, bro.
Hispanic and Arab women have that werewolf gene. I don't know what the fuck it is. Like they'll have that Logan arm hair from like Western Wolverine. Like they'll have that Hugh Jackman arm hair like in high school and shit.
Yeah, but she's not making up for it with that strong ass jawline. That strong ass jawline and that mustache and them sharp ass eyebrows. Did she draw on those eyebrows?
Even if it's 50-50.
I do not care what you want. You
like
ain't attractive enough for me to care.
Know what I mean? Okay. Like, it's not like I want my partner to pay for everything.
Yes, you do.
You want to feel
valued. So I was in a relationship with a girl in the past.
You said partner.
And we had the same amount of money, but I was like, girl, you're paying when we go to the restaurants. You're paying when we go out.
Was she the butch one?
No, we're two feminine women.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how did you decide who was going to play the masculine role of having to pay for everything?
I told her she would.
Okay, so you gave the order.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna pay the bill.
Big boy pants, and you're like,
yeah,
you're gonna be the man in this.
Yes.
It's a con, bro.
I'm still 50-50. Even
you're not 50-50, but that's not 50-50.
That's immediate contradiction right there. You just contradict.
That's 100. That's 150 to 50-50. That's what
like. There's a thing.
That's basic math.
We really need to get out of this business of letting ugly chicks talk. We really need to stop letting ugly chicks talk. I don't want to hear shit about no chick who's practically a 3 talking about what she wants and paying 50-50 and shit like that. You're not even attractive enough to bargain with.
how the fuck are you gonna say you're 50-50, but you also say I believe in paying only 50% of the bills while you pay for 50% of the bills and 100% of all the fun we do?
And then want to talk, and then at the same time talk about that. Then want to talk about us, tell a story about you going on a date and you making a chick.
That's
Get the fuck out
that's
of
not
my face.
50-50.
Right, and then notice how she said how she told the other woman that she was going to play
I'm
the role of the
gonna
man.
pay less. Yeah, I'm
Yo,
gonna pay
fellas,
less.
we need to
Exactly.
get back. I'm telling you, we need to get back to calling chicks ugly, bro.
These women are out here running con games, bro. Like
And they're
straight con games.
But they're not even. The thing is, they're not even attractive enough to get away with this shit. Y'all even
Running
y'all have strong enough. Your jawlines are too strong.
You
Y'all
got
not even
crimson,
attractive enough
you
to
got
pull this.
crimson chin jawlines.
For real. For real. Y'all
You said Crimson Chin. Oh my god, Johnny Bravo jawlines.
Johnny Bravo
Like
jawlines.
the chicks in anime got like more feminine jawlines than y'all. Get
I'm
the
telling
fuck out of
it's
here, man.
it's a whole con game. It's literally these
Got that Mike Singletary jawline.
For real.
The only reason why these women are saying we're having difficulty finding men is because they're having difficulty finding men who either make so much that them making less won't affect the relationship, or that who aren't, and I hate this word, generous with their money. That's what it is.
Or the men that they do want don't find them fucking attractive enough. You are not attractive. You are not attractive enough for the shit you are asking for.
You are not
you are
a
three. You're gonna have to find a 3 that earns.
You are not a D1 prospect. It's just that simple.
You are in
You're
the
D3. You are D3. You're a JV player.
For real.
You aren't varsity. You're JV.
I was about to say, hey, don't insult D3 like that, because that's like Randy Moss and Jerry Rice went to D3. No, it's like you said, no, it's you are a lemon type of car trying to ask for luxury car treatment.
Yes.
That would be a better analogy.
The reason why
you even at the
you know what?
dealership, you at that
I
used random dealership.
I won't even say. I'll say this: these are the chicks that like got 2.5s, but want to go to fucking UGA and shit. No, you're not going to you're not going to Clemson. You're not going to Fort Valley. You're not going to Yale with a fucking 2.5. You don't qualify.
Knock it off.
You have a 2.5. Go to a nice state school, a nice community college. They'll take you.
No, you cannot go work for the New York Times. You gonna have to work at this hole in the wall over here.
The local post.
Yes, you gonna have to go. You gonna have to go to the local post and work this internship. The fuck out of here.
Because that's what it is. It's a straight con game. It's a straight con. And the thing is that all these fucking relationship gurus, these women, these Ace Metaphor ass niggas, these Derek Jackson ass niggas, these Steve Harvey ass niggas, they know this shit is a con.
They know it is.
They know it's a con.
I'm like,
they know it's women out here literally saying, I don't want to work more than you in the household, and I don't want to pay most of the money with the bills.
And
so
this is where men are supposed to start responding. Well, ma'am, let's just put it bluntly this way: you are not fucking attractive enough to ask for this shit. Okay.
Like even fuck attractiveness. No woman is attractive enough to tell me that they want to be in a relationship with me and do less than me on everything. So you don't want to work. So you don't want to do most of the housework, and you don't want to be responsible for the majority of the financial bills. So you want to just be in a relationship with me where you would do less. You want to be here and do less. That's literally what women are saying.
And what am I getting out of this?
I'm getting pussy. That's what they're gonna give you. Me, pussy.
I get
that's what they want.
Used old ass box year after year.
Like, because that's literally the con. Oh, I want to do less housework than you, and I don't want to be the one to bear the financial burden. So you want to do less. You want to get into a relationship. Say you want to be a partner, but then do objectively less than I do on every aspect in the house and outside the housework.
They only do this shit, and the only reason they do that, I mean, and when you put it like that, it sounds asinine. But you know why they do it? But it is no. But yes, it is a con. But the problem is they will not renege because at the end of the day, it works.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to say
there's a nigga somewhere doing that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I was about to
there's some dude who's going to buy in.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. Not only that, I was watching this post. I was showing this post. If you know, as I posted in Edward Anderson's Discord, where talk about like the whole like why 5 reasons why you should try to turn a hoe into a housewife. It's like if you look at all 5 of the reasons, notice how in as you saw in that post, all these women who try to say that, oh, you're better off marrying a whore. Notice how none of them said anything about how, oh, she can bring you business connection and help bring a bag to the relationship, basically help you make more money. And they also didn't say anything about, oh, she can bring other hoes, for you to fuck. No, it's literally just, you should just marry a hoe because, she's more experienced and you know what I mean? She's more willing to experiment more. It's like, we know the majority of the time, they're the main ones that don't want to fuck their husbands, and the main ones trying to get them divorced.
And she has more experience and more trauma because guess what? Women don't have sex the same way men do. Men aren't traumatized by bad sexual experiences, but women are. A woman will feel like she was used during sex. Like again, the only way you feel used during sex is because you use sex to get things outside of just having sex. A guy will never feel used for sex unless we know for a fact, unless it's that a woman is having sex with him to get pregnant to get money from him. That's the only way. But yeah, it's 4 a.m. here, guys. So actually no, it's, what I'm saying 4 a.m. It's 1 a.m. here. So it's like a 4-hour stream, goddamn. So I'm gonna call it quits for tonight. Appreciate Friedman, appreciate Lion for the donation. No problem, Big Kev for coming in.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you.
The 2 people still watching, I don't know who y'all are, but appreciate that. I'll probably have another live panel today, Wednesday. So look forward to that. But nevertheless, we'll have a good one. Good night, everybody. Peace.
All right, peace.